Open Snooker Tournament here in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. We're at the Haderi Snooker Academy. All the players are making their way into the room. We're about to get started with our first featured match on the TV table. Is going to be a great one. Sahil Nyer, freshly off getting his 2-year card at the PAPSA Championship back in October in Saint-Lambert, Quebec, just outside of Montreal, will be taking on Romai Singh. Romai, I don't know a lot about him, but I've heard that he's quite an accomplished player. Was the captain of Team India back in India. So it's David Burney here in the booth. Happy that you're joining us. It's day one. We've got an active chat there. Feel free to punch in with any comments or questions that you may have. Hopefully we're sounding all right. Hopefully the picture's okay. We did have a webcam that we were using. Unfortunately, it was kind of a bit laggish. So we've changed off to our webcam, the security cam, I should say, which gives a much better visual for you. So hope you're enjoying it all. We're just getting the scoreboard set up, and we'll be starting this round robin match. It's a best of 3. So hang on, everybody. We'll be starting momentarily.
Is that coming through? Do you want to test the key to listen in these frames? Now we are underway here. This first frame of this round robin match between Sahil Nyer and Romai Singh. Both these players will be keeping score on a tablet that will keep updated for the score, as you can see on the lower part of your screen. The frame scores are in the top left, so we're just going to start with 0-0. Move a little red into the left middle, candle into that red, and I see to hold for the black or Sahil. It could be off and running. It's a good looking table. Two straight on this red into the left top corner. This is key power that he has. He's able to get the black. It's got a good angle to just come off the top cushion and continue this break. Chat is active and live. Please let us know if you have any comments or questions. How's it sounding? How's the picture looking? As we alluded to in the pregame, we just had to switch up from our webcam as it was a little glitchy. So the security cam we're using is a bit smoother, but a bit fisheye. If you have any comments or questions, so chat for and let us know where you're tuning in from. It's a global game played on all corners of the earth. Contribution here by Sahil. So good recovery shot. Continue this break going. Four-point advantage early on in this first frame. On Robin stage, all matches today will be best of threes. Using some players that will be in the knockout phase that will start tomorrow. If you are looking for any updated scoring and results, check out Challenge. That's Challenge's website. And look at the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. This phase of the tournament is the fellow miss. There's 4 attempts to 3 putbacks. Seeming to starting to be the norm throughout Canada and America. Revert back to the professional rules where it's unlimited putbacks in a following situation until suckers are required. I'm fortunate on that black. So halfway for that. The easy red into the bright middle. There's that heel. That red is supposed to see ball is blocking it. Yeah, a lot quicker. Just waiting for it. And Cliff Johnson on the adjacent table. Nice room here. Yeah, Gary's Snooker Academy. Great tables, great conditions. It might be just maybe just a little bit slow. The true test of eyesight here for Sahil for this red into the right middle. Red, the right middle by the pink. Pace of the routes going up in the bulk, the more safe option for him. You have putting that more pace on the shot. It's like that much tougher for the pocket to do its work and bring that object ball to the bottom. Struggling a little bit with the long thoughts. First frame of the day of the tournaments. Get those cobwebs out. It's always good to be the first one to get in, and Sahil's done that nicely. A 27-1 advantage in this first frame. So slightly. This feathering is fantastic. Just keeping still, just that the only motion that you need to do, but just the fall to maybe just a little bit. Nothing, my friend. It's just about the black spot in the right corner. Put the cushions up into the bulk area. It's just the output. Yeah. So people can see that. Okay. Let's say that maybe looks like the winds come in and corrected a little bit of the choppiness. Technology and bit rates, it makes it a little difficult, so we appreciate the feedback. And we'll do our best to get the best picture and sound towards you people. These wonderful tech touches, and hopefully that's looking better for all of you viewing out there. There, where people, and must admit, your apologies. More. Can grab around, killed all the pace, use cue ball back down to the business end of the table. Fun gap. We don't use cue ball, get it nice and tight to that ball cushion. And the brown, a little bit of the enemy for Romai here. Fortunate the cue ball has come close to the blue. It's just a little bit of a nuisance. Looking at this open red on the left side, going into the top left corner. High caliber that Pagan possess, so I'm not going to take any really risky shots. I'm going to take calculated risks. Step there by Romai. It was all fighting early on today. Big one pot. There's a good break going here. The film is safe as it comes back up into the deep area. Nicely. Right in the middle of the pocket. Didn't leave any of the jaws. So nice angle on the green to come down. So it's just taking a look at the there. The attempt, I should say. The board's going. They're starting to become a lot more of a normal. which comes with taxa, which is a hacker, which is about plasma groups. From all those events, the taxa and then I think the OBSA events and Ontario, where you see tablets to keep the score and was actually the taxa website where I scored. So unfortunately, I don't have those because they're here at this tournament, but Challenge has all your updated results as they happen. Day 1 of 3 here, the Dairy Snooker Academy in Calgary, Alberta. Here, let's read this again. Thought that he missed. It's that 9 out of 10 times. We'll come back up to that pink after it's red. Oh, you can't come down to that red by the black. The red that's right of the pink. A bit more pace. It's a little low. The natural angle is going to shoot him up, and hopefully you can get on the right side of the blue to come back down to the business end of the table. There. So when you get a good run, the adrenaline starts pumping. Now it's like on any shot possible, and sometimes you take a risky shot not knowing that there's a relatively easy safe way in snooker in this factor. So, good discipline by Romai. Been acknowledged by his opponent. Great things about this game of snooker. It's the sportsmanship. As much as they're fierce competitors on the table, good shot is played, they'll acknowledge it. Sometimes you also see when players start to get on a high run and the frame is gone out and the player that's making the high runs going to take the frame. As soon as your opponent notices that the frame is lost, it's then become cheerleader moving on that opponent to get a high run. It was great to see this game. But he has left and red into left middle. Players when they were practicing yesterday were mentioning to me that this focus might just be a little favorable, a little bit big, but pretty sure it's pretty easy. And practice day is going on, but come tournament, things start to close down quite a lot. Red is a good chance here. We've got some open reds. We're gonna have to work for it, but it's an opportunity to take the first frame here. It's red to get onto the black. Slight angle on the black to just drift down through that red near the top cushion. Drift over to that red side. It's a different game in the commentary booth as opposed to being down at the table, that's for sure. You can see all the angles. They've got the best view of the table, and they know their abilities better than anyone. $343 on the table. So Sahil just needs a red and a color. Listen to the snooker's required stage. Very nice shot. Good side on the blue. Natural angle just going to stun up to the red into the green pocket. I'm drawing it back to the yellow. Green taps the Open champion. Will be starting his dream in next autumn, traveling overseas to play on the Pro Tour. He's taking this first frame. Best of three round robin match. Romai has shown some nice form, so he'll definitely be able to bounce back. It's a use that he would have liked just to clear the table and run it out. Romai just needs three snookers. Tough task, but that blue is in a really nice spot. Just off the cushion, you can find a way to get behind there. Need great Tom Finstead, who's in action on one of the tables here today in the tournament. So he wants just have patience. That's what you need sometimes. It might not happen right away, as long as you hold out, an opportunity can present itself. So we'll see if that happens for Romai to get maybe behind the blue. There's a nice little wall there with the pink and black. Slowly roll that over the other pocket with the yellow ball. Opportunity. Not that blue. Just a little short pace. Let's see, he's going to take advantage of this yellow and pink wall. Some cushions here. There's the concession there. So Sahil Nyer takes this first frame of 66 to 23. We'll step aside for a few short moments and be right back with frame two. Snooker tournaments here at the Haderi Snooker Academy in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. David Bernie in the booth. First match. The tournament we're having on the TV table. Sahil Nyer took that first frame. One of the tournament favorites, that's for sure. As I've heard Romai Singh, captain of Team India. He lost that first frame. Good shot there. Concentration there. Just so who's going to take advantage of that? Just to break it to you, Romai, but it's just a catastrophic blunder. Just actually the foul. Yes. See things. Snooker is growing in Calgary. So, and when they're here, it's looking to expand, get some more snooker tables, and actually get some pool and Chinese 8-ball tables. Our friend Arsenal Yami, who's in action just on the adjacent table. You can kind of see him there. Top left corner, he's got a little room with a couple of pals. I actually visited that on Wednesday night when I got in. It's a great little facility. They got one table. Bunch of guys come, have some fun, get a game. But there's another room that he's opening up for a couple rooms. So, which has kind of been in North America, kind of been hidden for a few years, but he's definitely been really coming back full force. The opportunities are out there as well for North American players and South American players. If you did want to become a professional, you have to make incredibly money. When the tournament, there's no cash value in this tournament, as I believe it. I think a lot of tournament, then you get that tour card, and then you have to beat this on tour, and it's quite tough. So, as you can see, is a very great player here. That's not Canada. It is probably pretty tough for him. He goes across the pond. And the other, it's great to see that we can have a big leap over there again. It's been long overdue. More of us at Kansas grade, Canada, and America. And we've got good opportunities for anyone who has dreams of playing professional snooker. They're there. That's how we need it. Why is putting this Sahil score on this one more everybody will. We get the team for it now. And because I'm less now. To get some job out. Sometimes you can use my team that the stream was on the top. You're really hoping it's improved. So it's smoother now. That sounds all right. Discussion here. I'm going to use your name. Let's go back to the traditional, as you can see, remember the screen on the top, the sliding scoreboard. Fortunately, I need to use the tablet, so when the great people can't make it to the room, tuning in, wherever they find us, see what today's story. Sahil, who plays a lot in Toronto, he's one of the SA events, and we use the tablet, so he's quite well versed in this. I think he's just doing a little adjustments, and I think that story is now looking a bit more proper. See if we can back down to the business end of the table. See this? You will zoom that down. Put some deep screw on it. So we past that yellow and that red in the top left corner. Body saying language says go, all systems keyed and hummed. So the chances you don't want to give that you really can score heavily. There's potential that you could take the frame and match right here. So the events are definitely a little closer together than the traditional lineup exercise that all these players are quite fluent with. You can pick them one frame by one when it gets there. Trauma, right there in the top right of the screen, just while I'm looking. That's in the next batch of matches. There's another strong player from the Toronto area. Size of the corner pocket, but it was fortunate that down the bottom. see green and brown. It's really fortunate that that red thing had the pace to come up and maybe give him Romai a big easy starter, so now he's kind of safe and good. So we could have canned it one, but looking that ultra thin there. He runs block down the block area. So updated on score. Tom Finstead has won his first match with Peter Singh. Tom Finstead, who back in 2018 won the Richter Cup, just up the road in Red Deer. Incredible performance by Tom. He lost one frame. That was his first frame in the final against Dave Coopney. So Peter Singh's got a bit of work to do. He's lost his first match to Tom. It's like Sahil's in command here. Should probably be able to take this to frame and match. Shots are coming in pretty quick here, too. Michelle has beaten Pradeep. Pradeep comes from the interior of BC. Great that he made the trek. Some matches they have lots of good players, that's for sure. There is my potential of one of these players winning a frame with one visit. Now he's ahead by 70, 51 on. It's quite a few numbers snooker there for Romai. There's always potential, a little bit of a free ball that's going to add a few extra points. The happy horn that he hit there. Sometimes those horns can spell disaster. Sometimes they can help you out tremendously, as it has done for Mr. Singh here. And there's the handshakes there, yeah, concession there. So Sahil Nyer starts his campaign in the right direction there. That 2-0 whitewash over Romai Singh. Romai, you're not out of it. There's plenty of snooker today. And we will just step aside for a few moments, get our next match all set up. And we're glad that you're tuning in here. The Calgary Open Snooker Tournament here at the Hadari Snooker Academy in Calgary, Alberta. Stand by, everybody, and we'll be right back.
Yeah. Try to get the other camera going. First, let's fix the players. Yes.
Yeah, the one. Albert just found me sound quality but responsibly. So, I guess. It's me different type is turned down. And it shouldn't be talking about it like that. Is it making a different like? So notice the copies of this. It's a digital microphone. Where it should be. Let's get this one.
Stop moving that. Okay. Yeah.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament here in Calgary, Alberta. It's David Burney in the booth, and we've got a nice, exciting round-robin match here with Ranveer Singh taking on Blake Martell. Blake Martell, 2019 Richter Cup champion, also done a lot of winning in the central part of this country. Ranveer going to break us off and get us started in this best of three match. So a nice break off that shot there. Giving Blake a little bit to think about. If he can come up 2 cushions and just kind of gently roll into the bottom part of the triangle. Trying a little bit of the dump shot. And that's all right. Ranveer does have a blind cut into the top left corner. The only problem here, he's not going to have great control over his cue ball. It's the first match for both these players today, so it might take a little bit for them to get started. I'm definitely playing on the TV table, so they're fully aware. It's just a little extra nerves. Yeah, do let us know on the chat. It's, day one, we're working out all the kinks. We had a little issue with some pictures or some sound. There was some issues. Just definitely feel free to chime in on that chat. If the picture just looks a little funny, lagging, the sound is muffled or feels like it's far away, we want to give you the best entertainment value. An interesting fluke to start things off. Ranveer with the lift of the hand, which is the customary thing to do. Well, maybe if you're not Cliff Wilson. Cliff Wilson was a player that if he fluked on a player, he pretty much would laugh in the player's face. So, such a wide variety of characters in this great game of snooker. Yeah, it's great to see that we've got some friends that came all the way from Manitoba. So that's where Blake arrives from, and Darcy Michael, right there in the doorway, looking at the whole, surveying the room. He does wonderful work out there, Darcy, in Winnipeg, really creating a scene. There's a lot of great people in this country of Canada that are making things happen, creating opportunities for players to play in tournaments. I think all of us working together, we're just going to get better and better. Just an updated score here. Looks like Cliff Johnson whitewashed Arsenal and Yami by a frame line of 2-0. So AJ might have to quickly go back to his practice room. They'll be in there on Friday or Wednesday night. Today is Friday. Those tables he had played really quick. Our good friend John Robertson, who's in the tournament, comes to us from Vancouver Island. Another one that made a long trip out for this tournament. Was a kid in a candy shop pretty much there on Wednesday night. The action he got on his cue ball was tremendous, and didn't have to hit it hard. Felt like he was playing over in England. Unfortunately, the red didn't go in there, but that was just a wonderful picture right there of Blake. Just that back arm swinging back and forth. That's the only movement there. Even coming through, his head was very still. Paramount of importance if you want to be a proficient snooker player. raising the hand as he apologizes for the fluke. Obviously, safety was on Blake's mind there. But sometimes that's all you need to get a good break going. You know, great Cliff Thorburn, hailing from Canada, had a wonderful break off a fluke. And if anyone don't know what I'm alluding to, which might be impossible, or being in a Canadian tournament here and maybe having a heavy viewership of Canadians, Cliff, way back in 1983, was playing in the World Championships against the late, great Terry Griffiths. Fluked a red in, and then proceeded to make 14 more reds with the accompanying blacks. So 15 reds, 15 blacks, ran the colors, and created the first maximum at the Crucible Theater at the World Championships. It's going to be an interesting year this year at the World Championships this year, as the final will climax on May 5th. And 45 years ago, on May 5th in 1980, Cliff Thorburn, that I mentioned, hoisted that World Championship to become the first overseas player to win. First and only Canadian to win the World Championship. Really opened the door for a lot of his fellow countrymen to come over, the likes of Jim White, Bill Werbeniuk, Kirk Stevens, and Brady Golden a little later, who actually is playing in this tournament. He actually won a qualifying event, so he's going to move on to the knockout phase. Doesn't have to play in the round robin. But, yeah, there was a good contingency of Canadian players over on the pro circuit. It kind of died out a little bit. The 9-ball kind of came in to the North American scene. Maybe snooker, it wasn't as much televised as well. I think that hurt it a little bit. But now with the invention of the internet and a lot more of this live streaming event, youngsters and all kinds of likes, men and women, can get inspired and take a look at this snooker game and get interested in wanting to pick up a cue. It's a tough game, but I think that's why a lot of us play this. It's always a challenge. Let's see what Ranveer can do here. He's in. Real color balls that are tied up. He's going to have to do some work, definitely, to put a substantial break, but put up a nice little 20, run and hide back into bulk. It's not a bad idea. Just ran a little too much for that black. This cue ball is definitely going to be squirting up table. I don't think putting a little bit of bottom to take that in off into the right middle out of the question. Not a bad shot. Give him a mid-range red. Oh, he's just a bit tricky going from one side of the table to the other. As much as he was pretty close to the middle of the table there. Ranveer. Oh, is Blake going to try and swerve around these three reds for that red into the left middle? Always when you put side and swerving around, it makes the shot a lot more trickier. Maybe there's a bit better of a path than looks like on our TV screen. And Blake's fortunate enough this cue ball has landed tight to that left cushion. Only really the top of the cue ball Ranveer has to deal with. So obviously putting unwanted side can happen. Hello, Mr. David Brock. Great to tune in. A man of many knowledge. This great game of snooker. Always great to hear you tuning in. Hope you're doing well. And maybe you'll be up in Sheffield. I'll be there late April, early May. Always good to catch up and share a good laugh. I might have a little bias as David Brock is also a fellow DB. I think Mr. Brock and Mr. Dave Daly, all the way in the Seattle area. We've had some good chats that were marveled by how many Dave and Davids are in this game of snooker. I guess that's why they developed the D and didn't make a W up there in the bulk end. Alas, this is good for Ranveer. It's back at the table. He's got an 18-point advantage. Lots of res though. Just the first frame here of this best of 3 round robin match. But always good to get that first one. Yeah, there's a lot of snooker going on. As David Brock has just mentioned in the chat that he's watching the WSF finals. The German Masters is going on. We've got this Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. This might be the site as well in a few months' time of the Western Canadian Championship. As you see in the top left corner there, just having a seat and enjoying a nice coffee, Darcy Michael. He'll be running the Canadian Central Championship mid-February in Winnipeg. As well, there'll be the American Masters down in Sacramento come mid-March. Week after that will be the BC Open. So lots of events going on. The only problem is obviously in North America there's a lot further ways to travel. Over in UK and in England where the game is thriving, pretty much the home of the professional circuit. It's not a far drive to get to tournament. Whereas some of these players had 12-hour drives or an hour flights. So yeah, Ranveer making Blake work for it, that's for sure. Got on his safety shots. Would have liked it to run definitely more into the bulk area. This Blake does have this long red into the top right. Just got to be a little sort of mindful, that green's in the eyesight. Yellow's really not a pain. Oh, that shot, he's opened up the reds a lot at the top end. So, which player will be able to get down there? Because there's certainly a lot of cherries to pick off the tree down there. And with the black open to both corner pockets, a high break could be in their future. Gutsy shot there by Blake. Just needs a few more screws tightened, and that red definitely would have found the bottom of the pocket, but he's now left Ranveer in a good position here. Already with a 19-point advantage, he could get a lot higher here. Yeah, I think he's seen his future, and it does look bright, but can't get too far ahead of himself. Obviously, if he's to blunder, he'll be furious with himself, but this is a great chance to win this first frame. Not doing a whole lot, not throwing his cue ball all around these short, compact shots. That's what you got to do. That's why those players practice that lineup religiously. Looks like someone was maybe chiming in on Facebook about asking if Brady Golan was playing. Brady will be playing. He will be starting his campaign tomorrow, as today we're doing all the round robin matches, and the knockout phase starts tomorrow. So Brady, along with Darcy Fulton, Jesse Nowak, and Albert Kenny both won a qualifier. So with winning those qualifiers, they have made the jump into the knockout phase, which sometimes can be a blessing or a curse. As much as these guys are getting some good tournament action in the round robin and could be ready and could be more favorites than some of these guys that have just advanced into the knockout. But Brady Golan and Albert Kenny, two-time back-to-back BC Open champions. So they definitely know what it means to win. I think I should have probably, as I was talking a little bit to Albert Kenny before this event, I should have probably got his resume because it is quite vast. He's got a lot of hardware in his trophy case. that red, we are in the snooker's required stage, so hopefully Ranveer can just knock in a few more reds with colors and just keep Blake sitting in his chair and push us into the second frame. Blake just having a look at the scoreboard. I wouldn't blame him if he came to the table. Maybe just it's the first frame. Just get his back arm going and stuff like that. Obviously, if this was maybe a best of 7, best of 9, he might just pack up and move on to the next frame. But not getting a lot of table time. There always is that potential of the free ball with red still on the table. I think that green is not going to come to the rescue. The man from Manitoba certainly is over 11 feet of shot here. Probably should do it to put us into the second frame. Sure. Ranveer definitely knows that Blake is a fighter and he's not going to go down quietly, so just got to keep this momentum going into the second frame. But Blake might just have a little pep talk with himself, regroup, try and push us into a decider. And there's the concession there. So Ranveer Singh takes that first frame by a scoreline of 63-60, and we'll just step aside for a short break and be right back with frame 2. And welcome back with frame 2. Blake Martell breaking off. Those dreaded double kisses. Well, as I allude to, a double kiss is always good in France. Never a happy thing on a snooker table. But the redwoods are coming out for Mr. Martell. Interesting, a lot of these players do have the telescopic extensions. Blake just taking a look at the tip of that cue and not too happy. He's going into his bag of tricks there. Surprised he didn't go for this right away. He was using the house long cue. Well, that's why these players buy these telescopic extensions and mini butts so they can keep their own tip. Another result has come in here. Nitin Sharma has defeated Ken Jewett by a scoreline of 2-0. And Nitin had an impressive 62 break in that first frame. So definitely he's a player to contend with. Could see him in the final. I think he would definitely prefer to be a left-hander. As being a right-hander with this blue into the yellow pocket, it's just a little annoyance with all those reds just lurking around. That's the best you could do. Sometimes you just got to take the money and run. So we might have a little safety exchange here. Very nicely done. It's made this quite annoying. Just trying to find the path back to bulk. Yeah, his favorite safety shot there. And your eyes are not deceiving yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You might have seen just on the right of your screen, did that looks like Alex Paglian? It is. He's a very, very accomplished pool player. He's been in town doing some exhibitions, and he decided to enter this tournament and give it a go. So as much as he's a dominant pool player, I think he's going to find snooker a little tricky, but some of the skills that he has will transfer nicely to the game of snooker. So he could be quite a favorite. And definitely when this tournament concludes on Sunday, in a few days' time, coming Wednesday, I believe, there will be a big match between Alex and Albert Kenny in this very room. I think some high stakes are involved, and it will be streamed from the Haderi Snooker Academy. Blake just is looking for that opportunity to get in the balls. Watching him practice, once he got in, he was vicious. But Ranveer is definitely making it difficult. They do say it's a thinking person's game, but sometimes you don't want to be forced to think too much, as your head can start spinning. A lot of these players have great technique. It just kind of comes down what's between the ears, really, what separates the winners and the losers. You can just tell by his body language, he's just a little dejected. Certainly would love to get that black back on its spot. Looks like it would go into the top left. So those reds on the right side of the black spot are blocking it into that pocket, but those reds are nice to pot in there. Could work out a lot better for him. Is there a path? Those two reds, the bottom of it. Does that scooch by? Another red into the top left corner. Blake's definitely having a really good look at it. There's a little bit of an opportunity here. Red into the left middle, but he's queuing over red. Makes it a lot more difficult queuing down on the ball. Attaining safety there. Acknowledged by a tap on the table from his opponent. If you do like what you're seeing here, please subscribe and like the Haderi Snooker Academy YouTube page. Those more likes and more subscriptions. Those powerful people that sometimes have deep pockets that are willing to invest in things. Let them know that this is a wonderful sport to watch and participate in. I think if we can get some kind of program into the schools in North America, it would help out tremendously, exponentially grow the game as they do that over in England with the Q zone in the schools. And it just looks like a win-win exercise. Kids are happy we're not in a boring classroom. We're in a gymnasium kind of pushing these balls around a table. The teachers are happy that they're learning arithmetic as well. They're taught about etiquette in the game and responsibilities. You know, you have a match against a certain opponent, you show up at that time. Great life lessons learned on a snooker table that they can apply to their later years in life. It's not everyone's going to be a professional snooker player, but it's a game you can play deep, deep into your years. It's great to meet our good friend Ernie at the PAPSA Championship in October. I think he was 88, turning 89 in that last week of October. And gave some players a run for the money, for sure. So hope you're doing all right, Ernie, if you're tuning in. I think he was quite excited about the PAPSA Open and Senior Championship that is going to be held in Northern California this coming autumn. So head over to papsa.org, that website, to find out about these tournaments. They're also developing a tour. We're not exactly sure just when the Canadian National Championship is going to be, but we've heard that the U.S. National Championship is going to be played over Memorial Day weekend. And I think before the weekend before that, on the Canadian long weekend, on Victoria Day, that they're going to have the Western Canadian Championships here. So unfortunately the score has not linked up. It's obviously not 0-0. Find out what we can do about that. Hopefully get that justified. That's why we need some great people behind the scenes as well. Herman's doing a wonderful job. One of his first tournaments that he's ran. Always lots of wheels turning. But it'd be really advantageous if we can get some great people that love the game, that want to see it grow. Maybe step up and be a scorekeeper, so the players don't have to worry about that. As I tell anyone that helps out in Vancouver area at our tournaments, scorekeeping is a great job. You get the best seat in the house. You can't have an obstructed view of the table. You've got a job to do. As well refereeing. I think we're going to have the great Randall Morrison joining us this weekend, former president of the Canadian Billiards and Snooker Association. We're doing some refereeing work. It's great to see. I'm not entirely sure what the score is. I think Ranveer just coming over to take a look. Impressed here by this gentleman, that's for sure. The southpaw. Just nothing that Blake can do right now. Just hoping for a blunder. But sometimes when the player's in it on the table, they're just a robot. Just everything is automatic. They're obviously planning. What he's doing right now is planning ahead. Just seeing where he's going to be, where he wants to be in a few shots' time. But then when he gets down to it, complete focus on the shot at hand. Can't think ahead. As we see more often than not, when you get ahead of yourself, that's when you cause an unforced error. This is definitely a tough group. So getting a win is of paramount importance. As Blake is no slouch. He's won a lot. Ranveer is new to me, Mr. Singh here, but he definitely knows what to do with the cue. Then you got Sahil Nyer, played in our first TV match. He's got a 2-year card just awaiting him when autumn comes. Romai Singh, who was his opponent, was no slouch too. Just didn't get any opportunities, but did like how he was going. And as well, Alex Pagan, a great pool player, trying out this big game of snooker. So he's going to definitely be a tough opponent. So we have that group of death in World Cup soccer, and I think definitely this is a group of death here. I think we have 2 groups of 5 and 1 group of 6. And I believe 4 players will be moving along. So groups A and C, as we had to drop out. Only Jody Thornton couldn't commit to the time for the tournament. So in group A and C, 4 players will move on there. 1 will go home. And in group B, who has 6, 4 will move on. And 2, unfortunately, will go home. If you want to find any updated results, check out challenge.com. That's challenge.com. And search out the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. So hopefully for our next TV table match, we'll get that scoring adjusted. It's not a good sight there on the screen for all our Manitoba fans tuning in. Both men from the Winnipeg area sitting down. Oh, on cue. Darcy's putting his head in his hands there. Did not cue him to do that, because I've never seen a snooker player win a match when they're sitting. No glitch there, but I think that's going to be handshakes. Yes. Blake knows his time when he is done, so but he's not out of it yet. That's 1 loss for him, but Ranveer Singh gets a good match win there. Always good to get the first one of the day. And we'll just step aside. We're going to queue up another TV match. Should be an exciting one here from the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. This is your cue to go get a cool drink, or if you're in the pretty much east of the Rockies in Canada, it's cold out there, that's for sure. So maybe a hot coffee or a cup of cocoa or something like that. And we'll be back with some great tournament action. It's David and Bernie in the booth. Glad that you're joining us, and we'll see you in a few short moments. Thanks, everybody. And welcome back, everybody, to Calgary Open Snooker Tournaments of 2025. Yes, do not adjust your sets. That is the great Canadian pool player right there, Alex Pagan, taking on Ranveer Singh. Ranveer just dispatched of Blake Martell, 2-0. So we definitely know Alex knows his way around the little table. Let's see how he fares here. Should be an exciting one. Ranveer didn't know much about him, but had a very exceptional, I think, tournament leading so far, 82 break. Obviously, our scoring system was a little being a bit finicky. It is day one. This is the first time that Romai has put together a big tournament here. He's got some great players. He's got a lot of money at stake. He's getting the streaming going. Getting myself, David Burney, that is, doing the commentary for all you out there. So definitely a lot of wheels turning. Romai's a good guy that he should just definitely, when all is said and done in this tournament, just take a breath and just look, rebound, what can he improve? I think that's a great sign with a lot of people in the community out here that are working hard behind the scenes. They'll be happy that they put together a successful tournament, but always looking at better ways to improve. Do let us know if you have any comments or questions. Let us know where you're tuning in from. If you have any sport, feel free to give the cheers for Alex or Ranveer. Definitely, if Ranveer is able to take this match, he's going to be quite thrilled. Having 2 matches to the good is definitely going to help him punch his card into the knockout phase that starts tomorrow. Yeah, Alex, who originally does come from the Philippines, where they really do enjoy their cue sports over there. But makes his home in Canada. I believe he goes by the Lion, Alex the Lion. So, little half chance here to start. These middle pockets can be tricky. Again, taking this one on then to the left. There's the one on to the right middle, but taking this left one, I don't think you're going to leave a red on if you miss. Or that might be a possibility with that other red into the right middle. It's a tricky shot, and it's done well to stay on the black. Yeah, you can tell he's kind of a pool player. Pool players kind of like chalk their cue kind of on a perpendicular angle sometimes, as you can kind of see with their body. More the snooker players, more the cue is straight up and down, parallel with the body. It's going to need some assistance here. Might need to get the old redwoods out. Alex, one of the shorter players, so even on those pool players that he's quite proficient at, maybe sometimes needs to use the rest, but as everyone knows on a snooker table, unless you're Shaquille O'Neal, you're going to be needing to use that rest at some point in time, as these are the big 6x12 tables. Our good friend Tom Finstead looking on. Tom, a great manufacturer of cues and a great manufacturer of breaks. I think he's got at least over 50 perfect frames. Those are 147s. Very impressive. Very interesting. Alex doesn't feather a lot. He's down on the shot for a while, but you see a lot of players, do some feathering. Some do it quicker than others. Our good friend Phil Snake, he's a very ferocious featherer, and then he slowly comes to the ball and sets and lots in a lot of balls. Does have an angle if you wanted to go up into the reds. Maybe open them up a little bit, because these two reds out in the open are still potable into the same corner pocket where this black's going. He certainly thought about it, but maybe just thought about it a bit too much when he was down on the black. Didn't put all the concentration in there. So only a 16 break there. Could have been more. Yeah, there's a little bit of a learning curve with these tablets for the players, but it is the wave of the future. If we can't get people coming scorekeeping, to get the players to do it on the tablets so it can talk to our stream. So all you great people watching at home or wherever you're finding us can see updated scoring. Looks like he's got a pathway there. Maybe a slight angle that he might be able to cannon into the yellow and hold for the black. He's got the brown and the green, but he'd love to get that black back down on its spot. All those reds down there, that's really where you can rack up the points quite quickly. Great eye to survey the table there. I was able to locate that red and just put it through that gap. Give him a nice angle to be on the right side of the blue. And we allude to the right side of the blue. As you can see there, the natural angle for his cue ball is going to come down table to the reds. So another pretty good opportunity here for Ranveer. I personally don't know much about him, but I'm kind of almost touting him to be the dark horse of the tournament. Nice plant right there. Cannoned beautifully into that red to hold for the pink. I'm going to give a little note to Alex. He's got to keep that updated scoring. I think Ranveer has a brown, pink, and black. Or brown, pink, and blue, I should say. Black, unfortunately, has been gone up to the bulk area and has found a home there. But Ranveer will be happy to take pinks with these reds. Nice little angle. You can come off cushion, be onto the blue, to the opposite middle pocket. Just stun into this red that's close to the top right. That pink in the left middle. Just waiting for the adjacent table there. Looks like Darcy Michael just taking a shot. It's a very nice room, but with these 6x12 tables, sometimes there's a little bit of waiting time. Everyone's very respectful. Little angle, break up these reds just a little. Nicely done. Noticing as well with Ranveer, they're going right into the middle of the pocket. It's always a big confidence booster. When you can do that, you know you're potting and cueing well. See if it rattles in the jaws and drops, you're fortunate, but you know something just needs to be a little finely tuned. Not exactly sure what the updated score is, because unfortunately his opponent is not putting that up, but I believe we are probably in the snooker's required stage here. He had an 82 break in his last match. If he could eclipse it here. Those two reds are tough. This is a tough red too. Looks like Cliff Johnson was just watching over there and maybe just coming to give some help, just to let them know. Nice little cut there by Alex. I don't think he has the path for the black. Frustrated by that. So that looks like we're up to date there. Well, there should be a red going down for Alex. And Veer right on cue. A higher value, that's for sure. It's funny about that scoreboard. It looks like it's just a 33 difference. There's 43 on. So that green was alright for Alex. Oh, if he was to steal this frame, it would be colossal to Mr. Singh. Just ran a bit too much. Just wanted to be low on that pink to give him the angle to come over for the red. Yeah, this is... I don't like this red. Clip off the left side of the red. Shoot the red down off the top cushion. Get it into bulk, and maybe his pink can get somewhere behind the... or his white can get behind the pink somehow. Looks like he kind of was going for that, and unfortunately he's gifted a great opportunity here for Ranveer. Alex doing a little bit of the old-fashioned way, using those sliding scoreboards. I think in any case, I think the frame line is going to be 1-0 for Ranveer Singh. So close to perfection. Just wanted to run just a little more. Well, he's snookered him in. He's put him on the top cushion. Good hit by Alex. I think there's a pathway. I don't think he's got the snooker. He might. Oh, he does. But 32 is the difference. And 27 on, so Alex does need 2 snookers. No chance for a free ball as the red is gone. Yeah, there's always a chance for a free ball, but red can really help you out. But it's not there. Oh, here's a shot. Wonderfully played there. Knowledge by the tap on the table. That's definitely what Alex needs. Sometimes when you need a couple of snookers, you need maybe 4 or 5. Just 'cause sometimes these guys are really proficient. And when we are in snooker's required stage, the cue ball will not go back, as the opponent does have to earn those snookers to give him a chance to win the frame. Ooh, 6 and a free ball. That is huge. Now, Alice has a chance. He can ask his opponent to play again, if so decided, or nominate one of these other colored balls to be the free ball, and it will be a 2-point value. So now with just 26 and 27 on the table and this free ball, one thing obviously you cannot do is snooker your opponent on the free ball, so that black just so barely took away that penalty. So for instance, in free balls, you can't just roll up onto your free ball and snooker your opponent. So, always handy to get a copy of the rules. You can get a small pocket-sized book from the WST.TV webpage, or they also have a link where you can download the PDF. So this is going from bad to worse for Mr. Singh. And he can put him back now because there's not snookers required. There's the 26 difference and 27 on the table. That's a good hit. But yeah, this is where this game can be so cruel. It just seemed like Ranveer was in the driver's seat of this frame, put together a good break, but can't get ahead of yourself. Well, Alex is playing some good snooker, so pretty sure as soon as he knew that he's playing in a snooker tournament, he's going to the videos, the textbooks, everything to learn all the ins and outs. Is he going to play aggressive? Take the screen into the left middle, or just come across it and roll towards the brown, blue, and that cauldron of doom over there. Oh, he went a little different, looking to try and get behind that pink. Not a bad idea, but unfortunately, it's a thin cut into the left middle. He's going to lose control of the cue ball. Green is Ranveer's frame ball. But, where the pink is, nice little landing area for a snooker. This is going to be definitely a shot he'll take on. Saving graces. There's a lot of length to cover here. He's pulled up nicely to get his cue ball behind the blue. Definitely Alex is battling like a lion that he is. But obviously, the snooker's required stage, that's not going to go back. We've seen an Alex in trouble before in the frame, and he's kind of crawled back. And Veer just rolls this brown just over the pocket. Or just cuts it in nicely like that. And there's the concession there. So Ranveer Singh keeps up his winning ways. He takes that first frame over Alex Pagan. But we'll be right back with frame 2 just after this. And welcome back, everybody. Just a quick little update. It looks like friend JB is wondering if Velle is playing. That is not Velle. I believe that is Sunny Gurdeep Khan coming from the interior. Velle actually defeated Peter Singh by a scoreline of 2-0. So hopefully we can get him up on the stream. If you are looking for any results, definitely check out challenge.com. That's challenge.com and search out the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. That's where you should find all the results. You'll see the group stages. And then we'll be jumping tomorrow into the knockout phase. But frame 2, can Alex Pagan put us into a decider, or will be another whitewash victory for Ranveer Singh? Time will tell. Definitely Alex made it an interesting first frame. I thought Ranveer was going to run away with it. He's left a long red on. Being a left-hander is a little annoyed and hampered by that yellow, as you can see there. Not a problem for Mr. Singh. Done nicely, got on the right side. He'd love to be just a little closer to that blue, but does have an angle. He has to create it a little bit. Cue a little bit lower than center. Just wants to go slamming pink right in the face. Came up, I think, a little short there. Wasn't playing the aggressive shot, maybe just wanting to nip off reds here and there. But I think he'll be quite happy with that shot. Love the red to gone in, but he's had a result with that white just getting really nice and close to the green. Not sure if this is touching ball. Looks like it could be, because he's shooting away. Usually, there's a referee. They'll take a look and they'll point out which is the touching ball. Usually that does happen when there's no referee. The player that's striking the ball, that's at the table, will let his opponent know that it's a touching ball and point out which one. And sometimes the opponent will come and investigate if it's in question. And going back to those touching ball shots, if obviously that ball that the cue ball is touching does move, then it is a foul. If it's been nominated as a touching ball, which I think it was, and I don't think he hit anything there. This might be a free ball. Did have the free ball. Tried for the brown. It's just they're tricky, these middle pockets. This one's got to look out for that yellow pocket. As we know, Alex is definitely a very strong pool player. Not completely familiar with the game of snooker, but has probably been practicing a lot leading up to this. But you don't want to just gift them 8 points. This is definitely a tough group. Lots of good players in this one. Actually, throughout the tournament, very skilled players. So it's really a toss-up. But I'm stating in this third match that I've done today, Ranveer Singh could be the dark horse. Just really likes when he's got in the balls, he's just very fluid. Had a little bit of a scare in the last frame. Some penalty points he gave to his opponent because he was in a snooker. Almost brought back Alex into the frame. Now he's back into them. That red that goes below the pack will go into the same corner pocket. So I'm going to have to put some side on this just to come off the top cushion and squirt his cue ball to the right side of the table. She has done beautifully. Looks like a nice angle too. Just to drift down, be on the low side of the black, so I can take that black and just destroy the bunch of cherries and spread it open. Don't know if I want to be that low. It's now a little bit of a blind cut, so just a little bit more difficult. Always got to get a little bit of luck with those shots too. Even the pros bank on a bit of luck when they go into the bunch of reds. But looks like you could have a red. Was 5 in the middle. There's just that red open on the right side could go into the left middle. Ouch. He was halfway to Tahiti there. It just spat out. Did give it a decent amount of pace, because if he had just tapped it in, just pocket weight, it could have fallen, but it also could have just rattled in his jaws and just sat there for an easy starter for Alex. And just looking at all the color balls, you don't want to give Alex, who's definitely a proficient potter when it comes to the game of pool. That's a game that is more 8-ball and 9-ball. Lean more, I would say, on the potting aspects of cue sports. Or in snooker, you do have to kind of have some self-discipline that you like to pot balls, but there's a time to run and hide and play safe. So I think if Alex gets a chance, he definitely could show his potting prowess here. He's fortunate it rolled just a little bit. This is a bit low on this red. He's close to into the right middle. Alex's cue ball had stopped a few millimeters before that. Ranveer would have popped out his chair like a Pop-Tart. Just made it just that much difficult. Great to hear, JB. Yeah, the scene in Calgary definitely is starting to flourish again. This is Jim White's old stomping ground, and he was a good professional player. So Ramin has done a wonderful job. It is a very nice place here. It has more of a feel of a snooker academy than kind of a pool room. People take their snooker very seriously here and come to play. I think we're at the corner of Northeast 21st and 23rd, but if anyone's watching the stream, correct me if I'm wrong. I live out in Vancouver, so I'm not too familiar with the streets and roadways here in Calgary. There's a lot of direction and a lot of numbers. JB, great to hear. Yes, Corner Bank, that's a great facility run there by Jim White and John White. And just an update. Nitin Sharma has taken a 2-1 or 2-0 victory over Gary Houston. Or Gary Austin, I should say. My apologies, Gary. Nitin, definitely one of the favorites. Comes from the area. He plays a lot down there at the Corner Bank. I think we're seeing a lot more in Canada, a lot more pockets popping up, that's for sure. We got to do something about Saskatchewan if anyone's tuning in. You know, I know it's a tough province to spell, but it's easy to draw, and it's almost got the shape of a snooker table, Saskatchewan, if you look at it. Yeah, there's a little bit of action out there, but we really like to grow it up. I know there's a small community, I think just out of Regina, that there's a great train museum, and they actually have a 6x12 table in the basement. So I'd love to get out to Saskatchewan and see if that actually is true. In the Maritimes, we need to rev things up out there. Our great friend, the fabulous, the wonderful Bob Hardgrove, top-notch net referee, class act, a true gentleman, great guy of the game, runs his Ideal Amusements out in New Brunswick. So he's supplying Q Sports players with all the supplies, but hopefully we can get some events going out there. I think in due time. There's definitely a good rebirth in Canada and a birth to our friends down in America. Can't say enough wonderful things about Mike Dominguez, who's the owner-operator down at Ox Billiards. He's really doing wonders down there to get the Americans involved and expose them to this great game of snooker. Obviously, Ahmad Ali Alisay has done all right over. He's found it tough, obviously, but he was the last American to be on the Pro Tour. He won the 2-year card at the 2022 PAPSA Championship. And you know what happens in Canada in the winter? East of the Rockies, it gets bitterly cold, and on the other side, out in British Columbia, it sure gets rainy. So that's not really outside weather conducive, so why not come indoors and pick up a cue and get going at this great game of snooker. But back to our little second frame here. Best of 3 round robin match. Alex Pagan has definitely crawled back into this frame. Blue has put him ahead by 4 points. So a nice little cannon in the black to just make it a sitter of a shot there. Just got an angle to just maybe stun up along the right cushion and be behind one of these reds into the top left corner, or maybe even the left middle. Yeah, Alex reaching for his mini butt. He's short in stature, but he's definitely sky high in ability. out there. Obviously, if those reds weren't up in the bulk area, I would wonder what the psyche of Alex would have been. Would he try and force that red in, or just clip off it and run back into bulk? But obviously that's difficult with those reds up there. So it's a tricky red, but he's got the reward of being plumb on the black. You know, those, as he likes to call them, bank shots are a little different on the pool table. Not as much area to cover there. But when it comes to snooker, it's referred to as a double. It's interesting sometimes having debates with our good folks in the chat and come up, and I've seen some new viewers pop in. I wonder if they have any ideas. Do we like keeping, when we're watching snooker, using the snooker terminology, while the double, which I just alluded to, or do we want to refer to it as a bank shot, or combination shots as opposed to plant shots? Myself personally, is I'll do my best to obviously educate the newer viewers, and if I call a shot a double, I will mention that it also can be referred to as a bank shot in North America. But just to prepare you, if you ever tune in and watch the professional snooker players, you'll hear a lot of doubles and plants, and you might be kind of scratching your head and wondering what they're talking about. Those are good friends at WST. If you check out their website, wst.tv, they've now introduced their own streaming platform, WST Play. And this is a game changer for all of us in North and South America, as predominantly the events over in England and Europe go at prime time, 7 o'clock at night. So over here in Calgary, definitely that's right around the lunch hour for us. So middle of the day, most of us have a job that we're working at and can't run away to watch a snooker match. But with WST Play, they now have an on-demand function and will host matches up for about 30 days after it went live. So very, very great value for your dollar if you're a snooker fan. And I think they have a archive that they're building daily. I'm hoping to see someday that 1984 Jimmy White and Kirk Stevens semifinal, where Kirk had his maximum. I heard that final was just electric because those two players were just a feast for the eyes to watch. So definitely check out WST Play. It's a little bit of money, but it's not the end of the world. That's a great little pot there by Alex. He's shown that he definitely belongs at any kind of table with a cue. It's got a good angle. It's a blind cut. It's a bit tricky, but the natural angle is going to take him up to these reds. Just wanted to have that red reverse cue ball just hold up a little bit sooner. I think there is a pathway between green and brown for this red that he's close to with a cue ball. He's just letting the adjacent table, that's Darcy Michael at the table, take his shot so he's not too distracted. See, that gets to be the tough part. You're going up and down table. You can survive a little bit, but it will catch up with you. A lot of these players, obviously, when there's reds down at the business end and there's black and pink on their spot, he hit that? I don't think he hit it. Yeah. This could be real costly. But yeah, just going back to that point, a lot of players like to cut the table pretty much in half. Make it a 6x6 table. Don't want to go all around. So Ranveer does have the option of doing that. After opponent fouls, can put him back in, take the shot from there. So just a 22-point difference, and there's 43 on the table. So this frame is far from over. Just needs to run. Yeah, just kind of the black flicking it. It's giving him an option. It's got red in the left side. He's really going to have to make this work with the green. He's going to have to put some side on it. If you want to take it, it looks like the angle is going to take him off that bulk cushion. Potentially put some side on it to hopefully develop that red. Sometimes that might just be too tricky of a shot. Maybe just play for the double, but looks like he could. This yellow could develop it. Oh no, I'm just gonna try to get the snooker, but a little heavy. Certainly would have loved to get the snooker, but it's not. And oh, maybe actually it looks like Alex is coming to mark a little bit with the chalk, because that green is coming the way. Yeah, I thought Ranveer was going to try and get behind that blue. So a little bit of swerve gets Alex out of the snooker. Kind of noticing just a little bit. It seems like Alex goes for a few more pots than just kind of playing the safety game. Just a little observation there. Take the bottom, the right side of this red for Alex. Clip off it. Just get off that cushion and potentially could get behind the black. At any rate, you're going to leave a lot of distance between cue ball and the red for his opponent. Maybe just putting a little trace of side on there. Just might have let it. He's left. So the long red. It's definitely potable. Go for it, and fortunate. Just raises his hand a little bit there just to apologizes. I don't think it's touching, but it's certainly very close. Could have been a lot worse for Mr. Singh. Just struggling just a little bit for that killer punch with the safeties. Alex is. So it looks like another result has come in. Darcy Michael whitewashed Gurdeep Khan 2-0. As I said before, you can check out all the results on the challenge site, challenge.com. Remember, that's with an O, not challenge, challenge. Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. That's what you want to search out, and you'll be able to find all the results up there. That's not his best shot, that's for sure. Sacrificed 6 penalty points. It's a free ball. Or we can put him back in. That's going to have a real good look. This might be a free ball. Now, you'll see sometimes players and even a referee would bring up a ball that's in the pocket and just roll it beside that red ball just to see. Because if you can hit just the left side of it, it is actually a ball on. So, getting the trusty eyes of Tom Finstead. Come over. Ramin is also as well taking a look. Good shot of the owner-operator right there. Even Blake Martell taking a look as he's on his way to take a comfort break. So looks like it is a free ball. So 13 points submitted there. Definitely hurts. And don't forget to bring up that black. Oh. Actually, in that case, if he played on, and then Ranveer took a shot, and that black still wasn't up, there's no penalty at all. It was just a total lapse in memory. But then the black would come up and they would play on. So I think Alex is going to be pushing us into a decider here. Yep. Ranveer's just getting a little ahead of himself there. He's already conceded as he's manning the scoreboard tablet over there. So usually, yeah. So Alex Pagan takes that second frame to push us to a decider. Usually in these matches, you do like to let your player finish their break. As Alex, had taken in that green, he was onto the yellow. It just goes back to the etiquette. But the funny thing is, talking to some players, I can't remember who I was talking to when it comes to etiquette. It's like, well, it's etiquette. Where is this etiquette written? It's so like unwritten rules sometimes. And so most of the time you learn it, hopefully when you're starting out, but hopefully you don't learn it the hard way. Because is there any rule in the rules of golf that says do not talk while a player is shooting? Obviously, it's common etiquette that you keep yourself quiet while a player is shooting a shot in golf, but it's never written anywhere. I think do some websites. I think the WST and I believe the CBSA. That's the Canadian Billiards and Snooker Association, not the Canadian Border Service Agency, and Snooker Canada's website and USSA's website. I believe there are some headings in there that you can search out and find some documentation just on etiquette. So it would be quite a steal of a match. Alex definitely was a lot stronger, and I don't think you want to wake up the lion. I'm just being a bit higher. Well, he's got a red. He's got a few open ones up table, out in the open. Yeah, supposedly yesterday Nitin Sharma had a 135. A little friendly match with Vancouver Island native John Robertson. I think right now in tournament play, the man that's spotting the pink right there, Ranveer Singh, has the high run of the tournament at 82. He had in his last match against Blake Martell. think that lowest red of the reds, the whole cluster of them in the middle, that will go into this same top right corner pocket where this black goes. So just gonna have to come off the cushion, a little trace aside so it just shoots the cue ball kind of back into that area of the table. If it goes wrong, you might have a saving grace of that red by the blue. Can I just take a look at that one red? Maybe the red above it just, yeah, it might just be blocking the potting angle from that position where his white is. It's got a good angle to open up some reds. Doesn't have anything easy. I think that one red has hiccuped that, those three reds kind of in a diagonal line by the pink. Red is not going to go into the top left corner. However, it looks like he does have a red. It's a tricky red into the right middle. With the angle that he will be on the black. So big shot here. Needs a big recovery to keep the break going. Well done. Really would like to get a bit higher. Make this black just that much easier. It's kind of like the snow going down the hill. It just gets bigger and more difficult. As you slowly slip out of position, your next shot's going to be even bigger out of position. Unless you can really put something together here. It's got an angle to burst into those reds again. Still, it's going to need another great shot. So, unfortunately, that red is covering part of the black spot. And when a color ball comes off, if its spot is covered, it goes to the highest point value available. And in this case, it's the pink. If all spots are taken, then it goes in a straight line coming from the top cushion towards its spot as close as it can be. Ranveer, if he listens back to the broadcast, he might find me in the parking lot. As I was doubting him, he might be the dark horse of this tournament, but Alex Pagan has definitely turned something on here. Showing that he can pot. 4x8, 6x12. He can still find the bottom of these pockets with his object balls. Sure has been a wild half-century break here for Alex. Just sort of seemed like that might just be inevitable. He was really making himself some difficult shots. But a good commanding 52-point lead in this deciding frame. But Ranveer, if he can get in the balls, he definitely can put a high score up there as well. And that black is just sitting right by the top right pocket. In that corner, so whoever to get a red should be able to get a relatively easy 7 points off of it. Black hasn't fully covered the top right corner, but it has shrunken the pocket. He certainly was going for it there. I'll maybe clip off and come back into bulk, but it could and it has gone wrong. Yeah, some open reds. Those reds below the pink too are rather nice. To this top right corner. One trouble red maybe just where Alex is queuing by. So this could be a great comeback for the line. He's roared into it. Yeah, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow for Ranveer Singh. It's a good choice. Pink or black. Almost kind of like pink a little bit better because you can just kind of subtly roll in. Have that red in the opposite. Black is just a little bit more difficult. But sometimes you have to take a little bit more difficult shot to score a higher break and keep it going. But Alex Pagulain looks like he's going to take this decider. He battled in the first one. It wasn't a complete runaway. He did make it a little bit interesting. But Ranveer fought off the storm with an 83-0 victory. just two reds with 43. I think Ranveer's not going to concede just late. Yeah, just maybe give Alex a chance, see if he can knock out a half century to finish off this match. Was the difficult red always? You add more weight when you put those extensions on, so you don't have to hit it as hard. This is Alex's first match of the tournament, so he's looking strong. He's woken up. Sometimes that's what you got to do with these really proficient players: is get in early, punish them, don't let them warm up the machine at all. Ooh, just trying to get back for that pink or that yellow. The pink would have been the half century there, so that's handshakes there. So Alex Pagline takes that one by a scoreline of 2-1. And we're going to step aside for a few short moments at the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament here in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. We're at the Haderi Snooker Academy. Not sure exactly who our next TV matchup is, but it's going to be a good one. It's round robin matches all day long, best of 3 to find out who's going to be in the knockout phase starting tomorrow. So it's David Burney saying we'll see you in a few moments, everybody. Take care. Hello and welcome back, everyone. Just had to step aside for a quick bite to eat. Hopefully, you got something to eat as well, and you're enjoying all the action here at day one of the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. Great match that we have here. Tom Finstead definitely is a name you should know if you're involved in Canadian snooker. The man has been around for quite a long time, an accomplished player, cue maker, just eats and breathes the game. A little tip for all you youngsters or even older players. Once saw Tom in a tournament. He played a match. He actually won the match, and then he proceeded to practice a shot along the cushion for another 15 minutes after his match. So always trying to perfect his game. Tom is. He's taking on a Fischel Mole. It looks like he can definitely put some long pots in. And these reds are really scattered around the business end of the table. So Tom, who has how did that yellow go in? That's Tom can laugh it off a little bit. Probably smiles on the surface, but it's always a little frustrating when someone puts a fluke on you. But definitely, hopefully, in these matches it balances out. It's not all one-sided for the flukes. Michelle trying to get behind that green and just pretty short of pace. But just with all these reds scattered around, getting back into the bulk area looks a little tricky. Maybe a thin slick on this top of the three reds down by the top table on the left side. He certainly likes going for those long pots. Just think he might come up and kick you, Vishal. And some open reds that Tom can play for. So, all right, I think he's got a red into. Maybe not. Did that pink just block that red into left middle? I think there's a path. These side pockets just look a little bit forgiving. Anyone that tuned in to our past tournaments down at Embassy Billiards, whether it be the Embassy Open or the U.S. Nationals, those middle pockets on the TV table were just refusing more than they accepted. The table's kind of a little messy right now. Not a lot of reds out in the open. That green doesn't look too bad by the right middle, but I'm pretty sure if you were at the table, it would be very thin. The scoring might just be a bit easier. Come off the cushion, this cue ball, and have that red that's out in the middle of the table. He's going to start out to doing some work here. Black is really out of commission there. To say if there's a man that could do it, definitely Tom is capable. And just another results that's coming in here. Blake Martell has defeated Romai Singh by a scoreline of 2-0. Might just be a little straight on that pink. this has definitely been a beautiful sight here. This has been a great break. Needing to use a lot of shots, Tom is. It may only be a 38 break, but it's definitely been impressive. I just wanted to come and take a look at the score. He's ahead by 44. There's 51 on the table. Well, the lead will increase with this pink. There'll still be 51 after the pink. Just needs this red to put us into the snooker's required stage. There's 50 in it and 51 on the table. Big red. And it's there. Certainly thought about it a little bit. Problem is he's going to have to hit this, I think, with pace. Just to take the red into the, or the black into the top left corner. Then move this cue ball down to develop those reds along the top cushion. Yeah, it was going to be tough. Was it coming back for the green, yellow pocket? No. Well, it certainly was a tremendous 45 break there by Tom. So it's 51 in it and 43 on the table. So Velle just needs two snookers. Reds on there. Free ball, always potential. I think that's poked out a little bit that there might be a cutting angle on this red into the green pocket. That's with the black really safe. Velle is not doing themselves any favors putting these reds up into the bulk area. So the pink is definitely open on its spot. It's been a lot of table to travel to put up a big break for at least them to get a chance. If he keeps snookering Tom, he's gonna eventually wear him down. already needed a bunch, that one red. Oh, it was just put him 50 behind and 35, so he needs 4 snookers, and then it's going to be a concession there. So Tom Finstead takes that first frame of this best of 3 round robin match, and we'll step aside and come right back with frame 2 action. And we're back. Tom Finstead breaking off to get frame 2 going. Victorious looking for the white rush. Hopefully victory here. But Velle Moore, I apologize, is looking to push us into a decider. It was thin. It was a good opportunity. He definitely could get himself down for that black. So now it's Tom's turn. Take this red in the side. And they're just gonna. A lot of these players aren't familiar much with the tablet, so they just need to. It's kind of just thrown on a little bit last minute as Min and I were talking about scorekeeping. I didn't have the correct overlay, so you have to source out this program, have it talk into their stream, so all you people at home can see the update scores. But some of the players that are expected to use it just aren't too fluent with it. JB, you can see results over on the Challonge site. That's CHALLONGE, challonge.com, and search out the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. And that's where you should find all the updated scores in the round robin, who's been victorious and who has faltered. As it looks like, as we have 2 groups of 5 and 1 group of 6, and we only have 4 players that won some qualifiers earlier in the season, so they will get the spots in the knockout. So then there's 12 spots remaining, so 4 people are going to go home unfortunately today, but in the 2 groups of 5, 4 will move on, and in the group of 6 another 4 players will move on to complete that Sweet 16 player knockout phase. Just hoping it ran a little bit more on the right side of the blue, but you can kind of follow this through as that red all by its lonesome on the left side can go. Or he's looking to draw back maybe that red that's on the right, kind of out in the open. impressive. Does he have the black? Looks like he has the black into the green pocket. Might be able to thin it into the right middle. Oh, he's got a little result. That Khanan with the black into the blue. Left him in a real tough predicament there. Now you can see Ramin, owner-operator here at the Haderi Snooker Academy, just coming in to correct the scoring. Good recovery shot there. Velle. Velle just coordinating with Ramin just to make sure that the scoring gets right on the tablet. So we'll have updating scoring for all of you at home momentarily. Yeah, he's opened it up. Just a little pause while they get that tablet updated. It's interesting. We know the game of snooker is very defensive, and some people don't like to just, open them up. Obviously, Stephen Hendry tried to open up the reds as soon as possible. But I've been talking to some players on the amateur scene in Canada, and some have thought, is it a foul if I just try and open up the reds off a break? I'm like, there's no foul, there's no problem in that. And I'd be interested to see, because some of these amateur players, they don't have high runs in their wheelhouse. So sometimes when they get close to that high break that they've had, the back arm gets a little bit more shaky as they're in uncharted territory. But that being said, there's definitely some players here. If you opened up the reds, you could be sitting for quite a while. So there we are. We have the updated score there. Tom has a 24-point advantage there with that red going down. This black might be going on the pink spot. Oh, no, it's got room. Okay, it's all good. It's fortunate he's got a red up in the bulk area. That's kind of get out of jail free card if he kind of runs out of position on a colored ball. Now, if he really wants to run and hide, that red ball's a problem because he would like have it clear of reds in the bulk, make it a more easy or safety shot. He's got a mid-range shot either way. Taking this red into the top right corner. A bit lesser of an angle than the red that would go into the green pocket. That's just kind of spoiled the black a little bit. Shot there by Tom. Absolutely brilliant. Got right nice behind the green. So Sahil could be here for quite a while. Definitely knows the ability of Tom, as he saw in that first frame. So it's one thing just hitting the object ball safely. Hopefully he doesn't leave anything. That's definitely going to go back. So attempt number 2. Players get 4 attempts. There's 3 putbacks on these foul and miss situations. It's a little bit more costly. Might want to come a little closer to the pink there. But with no referee, both players have to agree on the respots, and if they're both in agreements, it's game on. So only sacrifice 10 penalty points, but he's left Tom an easy starter. Could just float up and get rather high on this pink. The pink could go back on its spot, and he could float down for that red just above the pink and or the black and the red. Not punished too hard. A big break there by Tom, but almost found the gap. He's just not too happy with it. So, decent opener here for Velle. Well, fortunate and careless that he ran that towards the cushion. Can't do much with the cue ball. Very nice mid-range red to keep the break going. Wow, great blue. Just a little worried about that. Obviously down a frame, yeah, maybe the pink would have just been a tray risky. 'Cause it's really gonna, if he misses, his opponent's gonna be in the reds quite easily. He's taking that blue. He's gonna be, if he was to miss, his opponent was gonna have a mid-range red. Very close to going in there. Looks like both these players have kind of abandoned the tablet. They've gone to the old-fashioned sliders. But we do need that tablet working, fellas. Want to keep everybody at home up to date on score. Could be a costly miss there. That's 7 big points. Needs a few more screws just tightening there for Tom. Those long pots are just rattling in the jaws and just not finding the bottom of the pocket. And I think Velle is up in this frame, but unfortunately they haven't been updating the tablet. Well, this frame isn't done and dusted just yet. Wow, that's a great shot there by Tom. He's got a good angle on this blue to disturb the black and red tight together. I believe there's another points on the table that he could steal this frame. Ooh. Didn't pull up enough. So a gift of a chance here. I think Michelle's just going to go get some extra hardware. Let's find his telescopic extension, or maybe the house one. Man has packed this room with all the accessories a player needs to be successful. I think we're being headed towards a decider here. See, the scoreboard has stalled as both these gentlemen have not updated the tablet. Maybe when this frame comes to a conclusion, we can just reiterate to them how important it is, as they are on the TV table. And our fans would love to see the updated score as it goes along. So we just had to talk to Ramin, the owner here and tournament director, just let him know, hey, you gotta tell those guys, get on the tablet. I want to see this updated score. Get an opportunity here for Tom. Getting nice behind the black here off the green, off the yellow. Went for the pot. Got a result there. Took a better shot than I thought of. It's got a full-on snooker here. Looks like he's going to do a two-cushion escape. Side and top. But he split the uprights. Looked like Shell is going to go grab the ball, but might have just remembered that snookers are required, and there's also potential of a free ball, which Tom is electing to take here. Yeah, how are we supposed to build up drama, gentlemen, if you're not keeping that tablet up? Just helps us know, because that scoreboard at the top of the screen is incredibly difficult for my eyesight to read. I think maybe if just Tom runs the table here, that will achieve frame and match victory. It's out in the open, but it's putting that hand on the bridge hand on the cushion makes it that much more difficult of a shot. Can't get your palm right on the bed of the table. Just a little unfortunate with that flick. Oh, this is a great chance here for Tom, I believe, to steal the frame. Seemed like Vishal was running away with things. Obviously, the commentator's curse just comes and wreaks havoc for Mr. Finstead. He's got the snooker there. Just got an update. It looks like it's 71 to 49 for Vishal. So brown is Vishal's frame ball. Tom needs all four colors to force a black ball respot. It's certainly there now. Got down so quickly on that blue. Oh, there's handshakes there. Okay, maybe it was the other way around. So Tom Finstead takes that match by a whitewash of 2-0 over Vishal Moore. We'll step aside for a few short moments, get our TV table set up, give some strict instructions to the next players that they do need to update that tablet just so we can have up-to-date scoring here for all you viewing public. It's been great, all of you tuned in. We still got a lot more great action today. It's only day one of this Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. And we'll just step aside for a few short moments and be right back with our next featured match. Thanks, everybody. And welcome back, everybody. Got a nice, exciting match here. Sahil Nyer, definitely a player that can score heavily and play the tactical side. Taking on Ranveer Singh. Oh, was looking pretty strong against Pagan in his last match, but Alex woke up and won that match 2-1. So it doesn't get any easier for Mr. Singh, as Sahil Nyer is going to be representing Canada on the professional snooker tour next autumn. Actually, that black has gone into the cluster of reds, and it's no advantage for anybody, but just gently stun this in, can have the pink into the right middle after this red. Thought about it a little bit. Definitely didn't go in cleanly. Just an update that Nitin Sharma has beaten John Robertson by a frame 2-0. So Nitin's definitely a tough customer. That red that's open to the right middle. He's got to negotiate a lot of reds and a black to go through. So I don't blame him. Looks like the angle he can just hold probably for the pink. Alright, you've been gifted an opportunity. This is where you got to make the most of it. Let's see what Ranveer can do. It's a little short of pace. I'd like to be on the right side of the blue, but he can just stun around there. He's going to have a mid-range red into the top right. The pink does have the pathway to that top left corner. So he's opening things up, but he's put the black even more dirtier spot. But pink is open. Yeah, definitely this is a tough group here. Sahil Nyer, Alex Pagan, Blake Martell, as you can see on the right side of the screen. Alex and Blake are doing battle right now. Ranveer Singh, who's at the table on their featured match here, and Romai Singh. That was a tough group. But 4 players will be moving on, as the knockout phase will start tomorrow at 11 a.m. Mountain Time, as we're in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. So 11 a.m. Mountain Time is when we'll be kicking everything off tomorrow, the knockout phase. It'll be the round of 16, so the first batch of matches starting at 11, and then after that, the second batches of matches to force who will be in the quarterfinals. We have that Elite 8 nailed down, those matches will commence. That will be our day. It will be all matches tomorrow will be best of 5, setting up Championship Sunday with the semifinals being a best of 7 and the finals being a best of 9, and as well a third place match will be a best of 5. So Ranveer couldn't really make a big contribution. Looks like it's a good shot to nothing here for Sahil. I don't know if he's got the cover too, unfortunately. It is a tricky red on the top left corner. Just didn't have the right angle to get behind that brown. Left open a long red. Yellow's a little bit of a pain. Just wanted to get a nice cue ball. It's been successful there, tying it tight to the bulk cushion. Good afternoon, Darcy Fulton, tuning in. Great to see you again on the practice day yesterday, Darcy, and wishing you the best of luck. Darcy, one of the qualifier winners, so he's going to march himself easily into the knockout phase tomorrow, as well as Brady Golan, Albert Kenny, and Jesse Nowak. This is a tempter. It's a long pot, and I just don't know if he's got a pathway to get back to bulk. He did, and as he canned into that blue, but he's fortunate enough he's got the red, and kind of like that blue. It's not bad for a right-hander. But being a left-hander, that's probably why he's going to take on the green rather than the blue. Darcy, I believe all the matches start tomorrow at 11 a.m. Well, the first batch of 4 matches in the knockout phase. The draw has not been completed just yet, so I think probably check in with tournament director Ramin Haderi. Just probably nearing the climax of the day today. Not sure if they're posting start times on Challenge. Well, this is just the first frame of this best of 3 round robin match. Sahil's trailing by 25-7. He's at the table right now. That last shot of Ranveer has opened up a couple long reds and made a nice little hiding spot with that yellow and green. Just have to see how that plays out. Nothing but that net right there. Wonderful long pot there by Sahil, and you're going to see some action here. Like he's going to... Just didn't realize he had a nice little angle to come down. No need to really put a lot of bottom on it and screw it back. Obviously, putting bottom, you have to be so precise, as the room for error there is a lot higher than when you hit more in the middle of the ball. It's a good chance here now for Sahil. Just waiting on the adjacent table for the player to take his shot. So now he can compose himself, and looks like a little shooting range here. Take on this black and draw it back a little bit. Those 2 reds right near the black into the same pocket. It's firing like he's at the old K Corral. Well, we are in Cowtown, Calgary, the Wild West. John Ditto, just for that scoring, the software that we're using, obviously that number that is in parenthesis is just the difference. So as you can see probably right now, that when that gets put into the tablet by Ranveer, now he's got the negative number. So it's just to show the difference in the scoreline, what's in it. This is snooker we're watching here, because obviously -12 would be a great score in golf. Yeah, if you have any comments or questions, definitely feel free to fire them our way. We'll do our best to answer them. As well, let us know where you're tuning in from. I think snooker's been played in over 100 countries, that's for sure. So it definitely is a global sport and well worthy of being in the Olympics. Sahil's going to need a good recovery shot here to keep the break going. Yeah, just trying to find that little wall there. Oh, he's played nicely. A little hand apologizing. Hoping to go up there, but I think sometimes when you're playing a safe shot, you are playing for an area. Sometimes when you get right in there in that nice snooker there, I'm surprised he put up his hand to apologize. Well, John, that's when you're going to have to do your arithmetic. You may not have to do your math to see what the difference is in the score, but as we see, we've got 5 reds on the table, so 5 reds with blacks is 40, and then plus all the colors 27 points, so there's 67 points left on the table. Oh, just missed it. Very nice attempt there. He's got the pace right. He just needs just a microscopic correction. Very nicely done. Acknowledged by his opponent with a tap on the table. Yeah, definitely, as we get more and more events here at the Hadere Snooker Academy. I'm just going to be honing, obviously, the viewing experience for all you viewers out there. This is the first time Ramin has done a streamed event with commentary and with scorekeeping. Did have a little hiccup yesterday as we needed to find an accurate scoring system that would talk well with the stream. So fortunate enough we're able to find this one. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles, but hopefully by next event, looking to possibly be the Western Canadian Snooker Championships in this very room in a few months' time. Hopefully we'll have things really dialed in. The event is looking to go over the Victoria Day long weekend in May. Definitely mark that on your calendar. Should be a great event. There's a lot of good, talented people out here in the West. And it's fortunate it's come out enough that it's not really a sitter. It's a thin cut for Sahil into this green yellow pocket with the red. It's worked out all right. It's just taking a look where he needs to be. A few shots time. Just seeing he's taking the black. Maybe the pink just for that red in the open. Because this is definitely a thin cut. It's just got to be mindful of that red by his bridge hand. Sahil, you got to go over and give that right jaw a little kiss. It looked like it almost was going to refuse it, but it brought that black down, and it's giving him 7 more points to the good. So with the scoreline of 52 to 28, 24 points is in it. Sahil ahead, 51 points on the table. Yeah, he was hemming and hawing a little bit. Hopefully when he got down to that shot, he put all the concentration on that and didn't think of those other potential shots that he was looking at. The blue has come to his rescue. I don't think he's really got anything going down there. Watch out for that black. Just pulled up just at the right time. But he's left it quite easy. Seeker Red should probably have another 7 points relatively easy. Fantastic. Long pot. Tap on the knee, acknowledgement by his opponent. And there was a bit of an angle. I was almost wondering, was there a potential of that black to go kind of cushioned first and then just thinly flick that black into the right middle, and it would have shot his cue ball a lot more over to the left side of the table. But when you're trailing, you just got to make sure the pot, that's 7 big points that can help you out a lot. You might be alright. That brown might have covered the path to the left middle. Sure, there is a pathway to the top left corner. The problem with the top left corner is a lot more real estate to cover. Fortunate enough, object ball and cue ball are a little closer together. Makes it a bit easier. So you're not going to be tempted into it. Green is definitely making the yellow pot a little bit bigger. He's definitely having a slow look at that just in case. It was a blind cut, but I don't know. I think if Ranveer gets really close here and just misses, well, he's not going to do it there, and he hasn't put it safe. So he definitely has a nice starter for this red into the right middle. Yeah, sometimes when you put back and you may have a red on after your opponent was in a snooker and they miss, giving you the 4 points, but sometimes it's not worthwhile going for the red because there's not really a color afterwards, so you can maybe chance it to maybe get another 4 points. There are always many things going on in the mind of a snooker player. It's a nice snooker there. You just have to have that conversation. You got to be completely focused. That one thought of did you do the laundry yesterday, it's got to get out of the mind. You got to focus on the game right in front of you. This is going to be a free ball. Another little update. Looks like Ken Jewett has beat Arsalan Yami by a scoreline of 2-1. So definitely a slugfest there for those two guys. But Ken came victorious. AJ, who used to live in the Vancouver area, probably had a lot of battles with Ken Jewett over the years. But now AJ has moved back to Alberta and kind of let in his former friends from BC and maybe a little insider trading of who's who in Alberta. So just 1 point for that red, or that green that acted as a red with the free ball. Now put us into the snooker's required stage. It's a big 7-point foul. They're just getting things organized, as it's a new kind of scoring system that they're not totally used to. Not sure where Ranveer is from. He might be from here, because I know Romai was telling me that he's quite a strong player. And Sahil out of the Toronto area has definitely used a lot of those tablets with the events that the OBSA puts on. So there's always a little free ball potential with this final red. I think the angle's there to cut it into the yellow pocket. Just see if Sahil's wanting to take it on. These short sprints, these best of threes, they can get a little nervy. Oh, struck like a champion. And that's going to concede that frame. So Sahil Nyer takes the first frame of this best of three round robin match by a scoring line of 77-36. And we'll be right back with frame 2 action, everyone. And welcome back to day one of the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament here at the Haderi Snooker Academy in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. It's David Burney in the booth. Joined us with a exciting round robin match. Sahil Nyer going to be going over to England in the fall. He's got a 2-year card that he won just recently in Saint Lambert, Quebec at the PAPSA Open Snooker Championship. Ranveer Singh, definitely a strong player. Definitely very strong in his first match that I commentated on, looking strong against Alex Pegulayan. Unfortunately, Alex found some form and roared back. He's been tough against Sahil, but as we've alluded to, there's 2 groups of 5 and 1 group of 6. And we already have 4 players in the knockout phase, so we need 12 more to make it a full 16. So groups A and C, 1 player will be going home. Wow, what a long pot that was. Yeah, so A and C, 1 player will be going home, 4 will move on, and in group B, 2 players unfortunately will be going home, and the other 4 will be moving on. Not sure what that sound is in the background. It almost sounded like the ice cream man, but I can't see an ice cream man showing up here when we're about to get into the minus 20 weather tomorrow. His heart skipped a beat there. That blue definitely flirted with the top left corner. So whoever was able to get a red is definitely going to get a rather easy blue. Hey, John, thanks for the kind words. Much appreciated. The other tables do. Maybe we'll break in the action as Ramen does have security cameras, obviously. When you run a business, you need to make sure that everything's on the up and up. So we might maybe in mid-frame or when we turn over from one match to the other, we might just go to a wide shot of all the security cameras. But this is our featured table. It's the first time he's really brought a good streaming package together, Ramen has. So he's always looking to expand. So hopefully down the line in future tournaments, you can get more cameras at tables and we can bounce back and forth. So baby steps. You can't build a penthouse without a good foundation, and I think Ramen's doing a wonderful job here. Really giving these great people of Calgary and the little surrounding area a good opportunity and a good venue to play this wonderful sport of snooker. My fortunate part with that relatively easily potted blue kind of ties up that pocket. It's definitely a really difficult game with 6 open pockets, but when you make it 5, it gets just 10 times more difficult. So bad. This is tough to come back to bulk. Well done to put some check side on that. Just straightened up his cue ball so it didn't go to the right side, getting closer to those reds and possibly canning into them, unfortunately, and just keeping the cue ball down there. And I think there's going to be some reds blocking that path to the blue. Boy, I'd love to get the black back down there. Just taking a look. As you can see on the adjacent table, there's some action going on. Just exercising some good sportsmanship there. Now this should open up the pocket, get that blue out of there. It's unfortunate the black is up near the bulk line. But pink is wide open. It's got 3 pockets it can go to. And this blue going back on its spot's a nice saving grace. If things go really squirrely, you do have a yellow that can go to the top left corner. This is where I really enjoyed watching Ranveer play. Once he's in them, he really is ruthless. Just able to concentrate and put in these small compact shots to build up a big break. Ranveer could steal a frame here. Just grab one frame. That's going to do great for his confidence. If he can take the match, his confidence will be over the moon. Knocking off, I'm pretty sure he's heard of Sahil. I think everybody in Canada has, because they know he's going over to play on the pro circuit. It's a big country, but the snooker community is rather small and tight, and there's lots of time to be in a room and chat about the goings on. This ran a bit too much for that yellow. It's a thin path. If it's there for the pink, and I don't think it is. Get a good hard look. But I'm pretty sure if he was on that pink, he'd be down on it now. Brings down there, so he's got a 28 advantage. Still a bunch of points, but blue rather safe. It's turning into kind of a little bit of a messy table. Those three reds, the one that's in the middle, can he clip the right side and just come off the top cushion and the side cushion? He's going to shoot himself into the left side of the table in the bulk area, if that is a possibility. Just don't see. Well, clipping off the red that's close to the top on the right side and shooting his ball up there. No. He was going for everything there. I think he's just fortunate enough. Raises the hand a little bit. Well, just that could have gone really wrong for him, but fortunately it worked out. It's kind of left a long shot to nothing here, I think, for Sahil. Thought it was there as well. Yeah, that yellow was just perking out a little bit, but I thought he had the angle that he could get around it, but unfortunately not. He's given Ranveer a good opportunity here to push us into a decider. Ooh, a reprieve. Don't think Sahil saw that coming. Ouch, that really hurts. That's what's tough about this game. I just got to sit there and think about that missed shot. Now Sahil really has to make Ranveer just sit in that chair for a long time. Make him really think hard about that red that didn't drop in the middle. As we've always said, all these players have great ability. It's just what goes on between the ears can be the difference between winning and losing a match. Yep, the tables can always just turn on a moment's notice. Oh, see, it's a lot of work ahead of him here. You know, Sahil, he's not the tallest player on the circuit, that's for sure. I think of average height, but he was just standing right beside Alex baggy line. And you can see how short in stature Alex is, but as we saw in our TV match a few matches ago, that he's definitely got the ability. World-class pool player, definitely trying his hand in snooker here, and he's finding it difficult, but there still are some similarities in both cue sports. As a few years back, you know, Judd Trump found it a little difficult in the U.S. Open. Sometimes people think with such the larger size of a snooker table, the smaller size of the pockets and the balls, that jumping down to the smaller table with a 9-ball or a 10-ball or an 8-ball game might be a bit easier, but it is a different beast on the smaller table. So you just can't take anything for granted. That was pretty close to the Bill Werbenek shot there, as I like to call it. Bill Werbenek shot is a player takes a red, knocks it in, pretty much just stands up, chalks its cue, and gets down and hits their color ball from the exact same position. I think Mark Williams, the great Welsh player, 3-time world champion, accomplished the ultimate Werbenek shot, as I think he ran the colors from one position. There's a clip of it up on YouTube, so feel free to search that out, because that's quite amazing. I think he was at the middle of the table, kind of just standing maybe right about where Sahil is right now, and he ran yellow, green, brown, blue, pink, and black. Yeah, this has been great composure by Sahil. Ranveer Probably at red. That didn't drop in the middle pocket. Not sure if is there the angle to come off the cushion. Push this yellow out a little bit. No, he's just going to probably play for the double into the right middle. Just coming over to take a look at the score. 19 is in it. He's got a 49 to 30 advantage. And there's 27 on the table. So ooh, he's got the treble though. Oh. Is he fortunate with the brown? Did the brown come to his rescue? Yeah, see, he'll just needed yellow and green. One saving grace that Sahil has is that blue. It's relatively safe. So, Ranveer cannot run out. Oh, the double kiss, the DDK. That's going to hurt. So, great opportunity here for Sahil to take the whitewash. Ranveer, I like how he's playing. Obviously, if he's take a frame there, he really would pushing it to a decider. Give him great confidence. But this is a very tough competitor he's up against. So this is Sahil's frame ball right here, leading by 20, and there's 22 on the table. Well, it's just 2 snookers. Wouldn't be surprised if Ranveer comes back to the table if Sahil's able to miss this blue. Yeah, just hit the cushion, side cushion just a little early. On that, it just pushes it out and pushes it offline. He's done well. He's got a snooker on the first attempt. Ooh, it's not good for Sahil. Ranveer can just kind of glide off it, just get behind that black. Using the cushion. Oh, just a little too much pace. He had a trick there, just missed it. It was really a great opportunity. It's great that he made the snooker on the first opportunity and the previous shot he had, but that was a much more easier chance to get a telling snooker. Well, he might be able to come off 3 cushions, at least 2, and be near the black. Oh, he's potted that in, so now it's just 1 snooker, 1 6-ball point snooker, and then run it out to put a black ball respot. Done all right. I think we'll tap on the table from Sahil. I think he can just put a little swerve around it. Just put some side rather than to swerve. Yeah, obviously it was tough to see where he's going to get the snooker there, but obviously do not put the pink in there, as that will be match over. Another double kiss. Sahil just needs to kind of slowly roll this pink towards the yellow pocket. If it just rattled in the jaws there, he'd be thrilled. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. It's going to make the task a little bit tougher. And off. So now he needs 2 snookers. Surprised he's just hitting it with just a bit more pace than I think he would need. I'll just gently roll it and just, when you just touch it softly, that object ball going towards your pocket, if it's slowly rolling, there's so much more opportunity for it to fall in. And with his opponent needing 2 snookers, leave it in the jaws, it's not the end of the world. Something going down there, both players having a chuckle. It's nice that maybe something happened in the room. They can see the lighter side of life from time. Don't want to go in off. Don't want to give one back. Very lucky there. Look, you got just a little smile there with Velle. Yeah, so he'll playing a little bit with house money. Obviously, took the first frame. So, but would not like to put us into a decider. Like to get this one done and dusted sooner than later. Ranveer knows the importance of this match. If you could just get 1 frame on the board, if you could crawl back and steal this one, it'll take a lot to pull him down from that cloud high. Now I just see here, it's like half ball, I think. Just gently roll it towards that pocket. This might bite Sahil. He had the idea. He was close. Has a little smile to himself there, knowing that he was just a millimeter or two away. Looks like some new players moving in. Looks like AJ and Gary Austin in their match. This table was heated. That probably would have found the bulk cushion and bounced off, and I think been behind the black. Another result in here. It's like Nitin Sharma has taken out Cliff Johnson by a scoreline of 2-0. Nitin had a 64 break in the second frame. I think right now the highest break in the tournament is an 82. Correct. I'm just confirming that with our tournament statistician. It was done by this gentleman at the table right now. Ranveer Singh. But he's fighting for his life right here. Yeah, once again, just gotta maybe slowly rolled it over. I hope I get a chance with Sahil. Just wouldn't mind asking him. Obviously, he's at the table. He's comfortable. He's doing what he feels he needs to do to win the match. And hey, I can't really judge him too much. He's got a pro card, so he's obviously doing something right. See, this is what's going to happen sometimes, as he's got the snooker. He needs a couple of them. Look at this, it's a really slow there, almost went into the top right corner. Now, do you thinly cut it there? Or is he going to try and get behind the black? Looks like he's trying to get behind the black. He's not behind it, but he's created distance. It's a safe shot. Oh, this might be it. He got a lucky hit off those horns there. Maybe got behind the black, but this should be frame and match right here. Oh, again, just a bit much pace. You know, he just kind of don't think it was straight on. There it is. That's the firm, solid shot we've been looking for the past 5 minutes. So Sahil Nyer takes this match by a scoreline of 2-0. But Ranveer Singh, it's definitely he could move on, as this group is a tough one for sure. But it's got 5 players and only 4 moving on, so we'll see what happens, and we'll step aside for a few moments and set up our next TV match. We're glad that you're enjoying all this entertainment here at day one at the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament, live at the Haderi Snooker Academy in Calgary, Alberta. It's David Burney saying, hold on everybody, we'll be right back with another match of this great tournament. back, everybody, to another great, exciting match. Another one from the group of death, as we like to call it. There's had some tough competitors in this one. Actually, there's tough competitors in all groups, actually. But Sahil Nyer, definitely he's got a good resume in this game as well, taking on Blake Martell. It's a little Ontario-Manitoba battle here, later in the day here. But a good long red for Sahil, fresh off a victory against Ranveer Singh. And Blake actually was battling Alex Paglian, I think. Alex might have taken that one. It's tough to tell. I just stepped into the room. Both players had finished their match, but neither player was smiling ear to ear, or no one was dragging their knuckles. But definitely check out challenge.com. Challenge.com. The Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. Search that out and you'll find all the results as they happen. And a little update for everyone that was viewing our last match. So I went up and actually asked Sahil, because we were seeing in that last frame, the penultimate frame, obviously the frame that got him the victory, he was hitting that pink ball quite hard, as a lot of us, I think some of the viewing audience has chimed in on the chat, and myself personally as well, was asking why he was hitting it just so hard. He could have hit it just a little bit more delicately and given that pocket every chance to swallow up the pink. And Sahil just told me that he got in his head. So there you go. It's a massive head game sometimes, and Ranveer just did a number there, and Sahil just couldn't shake it. A little bit of dirt there. Like just cleaning off, just wants a nice good clean contact. So it's rather a big match here for Blake. He's 1-1. If he's able to get a victory here, he's definitely going to ensure himself to move into the knockout phase. If he is to lose, of maybe just things need to be updated there. Just looking at the challenge site myself, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe our tournament director just hasn't punched it in yet, because this is Blake's last match actually of the day. As his last match was scheduled to go against Jody Thornton, but unfortunately Jody had to pull out. Just couldn't commit the time to the tournament. It's a bit unfortunate. Just got to meet Jody yesterday and heard some good things about his game, so I was interested to see him in action. But I think so Blake does have a victory over Romai Singh. So if Blake is to lose this match, he's going to be hoping that Ranveer Singh can beat Romai Singh, because then Romai would be 1-3, as well as Blake would be 1-3. But Blake beat Romai, so he is the victor in the tiebreaker. So, lots of stuff going on. John Robertson and Shawarma looking pretty good in their group. So they have a 2-0 record. Looking that they'll move on. And two other players from that group, whether it be Ken Jewett, Cliff Johnson, Arsalan Yami, or Gary Austin to move. Tom Finstead is at the top of his group at 2-0. Vishal Moore has a frame line of 2-1. Darcy Michael is 1-0. But Gurdeep and Peter are definitely 0-2. So I think you're going to see a few more tense matches as we get later into the day. As nobody really wants to go home on day one. All of them want to just quote Jim Carrey as saying, "So you're telling me there's a chance? There's always a chance in this game." Yeah, it's nice that more and more of these tournaments are just getting a little extra income. It's always tough to get funded and make some big purses happen. When you get the bigger purses, you're going to get a lot more excellent players because they see that they could potentially pay off their expense of traveling, because it is an expense obviously in this country. Some people are traveling from Ontario, as Sahil is. That's a pretty decent chunk of change for airfare and then lodging and meals. It does add up. So a lot of these players are definitely good in their own backyards. I'm not discrediting Blake at all. He's a wonderful player. Really enjoy watching him play, and he's won quite a lot of events in Manitoba. Also has won the 2019 Richter Cup champion. Sometimes with these, as I said, higher purse values, that's going to attract a lot of the players, and you can see how your ability is over the whole country. It's definitely tough for a snooker player to play in all events throughout Canada if there wasn't lucrative cash prizes. But we're getting there slowly and surely. I just ran a bit too much for that blue. So trailing by 27, 35-8. Oh. Well, maybe not. They're just doing a little reconfiguring. On their scoring software, they should see that there's 8 reds left on the table. If you're in the Calgary area, you're handy with a tablet, you want a front row, unobstructed view of some great matches over here at the Haderi Snooker Academy. Come say hello to us. It's great red there. I believe we're at 21st and 23rd Northeast in Calgary. Doesn't hurt to give it a little Google search, but come on over for Saturday and Sunday. I'm pretty sure we'll feed you, but we can put you to work by keeping score. We greatly appreciate it. Well, he's given a little bit of an opportunity here for Blake. Trailing by 21 points. Not an easy starter, that's for sure. This red into the left middle. Kind of playing just a little bit more of a safety shot there. There's a draw back his cue ball, I think a little bit more. Nice snooker there by Sahil. Gonna have a little switch up in that brain, going from offense to defense, and it's got to change in a moment's notice. I don't think that's a happy smile there by Blake. Yeah, he knows the power of Sahil. Surprised the room isn't filled with many young women, as Blake's quite a handsome fella. Probably one of the more handsome fellows on the circuit. It could be trouble in Cowtown if Charlie Brown was here. Charlie and Blake on the town. Ladies, look out. Not discrediting some of the other players. Good looking chaps throughout the entire event. Hopefully we can get a few more women playing. I've had the distinct opportunity to commentate on the Women's US Open down in Seattle past 3 years. That's a whole lot of fun. And there's really great shots. Nyer, who won it recently, hardly dropped a frame. Mink Nutcherat, great potter down there. Jamie Hunter, who won it the first time, I was commentating on it. And they're definitely serious at the table, but they do like to have fun off the table. We've had some wild karaoke sessions down there in the Emerald City of Seattle. So hopefully that event will be getting going again soon. certainly went for it there. Unfortunately, he's left it because I don't think there's a blue or red that's going to cover the potting angle. And oh, if that red had dropped for Blake, it would been nice on the pink or brown. These reds there, so. Ooh, just trying a drag shot. Faltered a little bit. Putting that drag on it, he has to be really precise. So might have just hit a little bit offline. Now it's Sahil's turn to try the top left corner. Who's the better long potter in this match? Both have faltered. Definitely fortunate little flick with that red off the green. Went to Sahil's advantage there. So still just 22 points in it, 31-9. The advantage for Sahil. 67 points on the table. Not the greatest looking table. Yellow's pretty much out of commission. Looking at this thin cut. Those two reds near the right middle, the one that's closest to it. He's going to need some help from that black. I don't think he's got it. I think there is a pathway here for Sahil. Looks like it just might. I don't know. He's taking a good walk around the table, examining all the angles, gearing himself up for it. He's got some reds he can dance around with in the bulk area. Also could come down by this red just below the blue. Or even further down for a red into the right middle. Nice angle on this blue. Right angle to go up for the reds in the bulk area. Red covering that blue spot. So blue will take its position on the black as it's the highest point value available. just this red to put us into the snooker's required stage for Sahil. He definitely would like to get rid of that last red. Maybe another color. Looking where the yellow is. Sahil's able to do that. I don't think Blake's going to come back to the table. Sahil just taking a look at the scoreboard there. Other results in here. It looks like Peter Singh has beat Darcy Michael by a scoreline of 2-1. Peter had a high break of 33. Darcy had a high break of 22. So that's a big important match over there, as both those guys are kind of near the bottom of their group. So an important win for Peter Singh. Well, this first frame is definitely going to go the way of the newly appointed Canadian pro. It's going to be over there battling it out with all those professionals in autumn. But Blake's a tough customer. I realize, hey, it's just one frame. You got to win two to win the match. Blake's definitely capable of doing that. Definitely will be a tough order. Sahil is just definitely finding some good form here. Oh, nice little pink to just push out that black right in the middle of the table. Put it in, Sahil. Get the half century 53. There it is. Well done, sir. So he takes that first frame. But we'll step aside for a few moments while they set up for the second frame and be right back. And there's Sahil Nyer to break off frame two. This best of three round robin match. Sahil has one more match after this against Alex Pagan. Might be a battle of who wins the group. So that's always important as well. Moving on as well, but if you're the top seed in the group, you're probably going to be playing a lower seeded player in another group, not going against one of the qualifiers, as they're seeded as the top four. It's Darcy Fulton, Albert Kenny, Jesse Nowak, and Brady Golan are the four qualifiers. We'll be seeing some of them in action tomorrow. He's given Sahil a little opportunity here. He's got a nice angle to come down for the black. We might be in store. We might see a lot of reds go up table here. Blake almost fluked that right in there in the left middle. Well, he's done well to bring that cue ball close to the top cushion. Blake really will have to jack up on it if he wants to create that screw to come back to the top cushion. Can't just flick off a red and go and hide in ball, because, well, the pink's being a little bit of a pain probably with that red into the left middle. Oh, this could be the beginning of something beautiful. Now he's probably going to take a look, and if there's a, the red is over the pocket is obviously elementary. That's pretty much a gimme. There are no gimmies in the game of snooker, but definitely looking at that, it's a good insurance factor for Sahil if he gets put out of position. So he will have that in the back of his mind. So if he really gets in a position where he's got a really tough red, he's got that as a safety net. So we'll be probably playing for more tricky. Yeah, he fouled there. I think he touched it. Touched maybe the pink. Yeah, he touched the pink just with a little bit of his shirt. Great sportsmanship there by Sahil. I don't think Blake didn't see it. Blake was wondering what was going on, why he came back to his seat. Very admirable. I wonder if they're, maybe they just want to take a look at the stream, maybe to go back. I'm just not too sure here what the discussion's about. Maybe just checking in on fouls. Some tournaments sometimes just play cue ball fouls, where this tournament is all fouls. So even a microscopic fabric of his shirt, that's what Sahil did, touch the pink, forced him to foul. Way back at the 2016 Richler Cup. It's going back, everybody, but that was my first commentary event ever at Stefan's Club, the club Snooker 147. We're watching a match. Vancouver, or Whistler owned, British Columbia, Charlie Brown. And Charlie was just like at the table, just like Sahil, but then he got up and returned to his table, sat down, and called a foul. Nobody had seen it, no refs had seen it. And it showed great character right there. I'm pretty sure if no one even seen it, you might have got away with it, but you would just have that sinking feeling in your stomach. Unfortunately, Blake just really couldn't capitalize on that little blunder. He's got the lead in the frame, but not by much. that just got a little bit in Sahil's head. As we saw him, we reported back in early on this match that he wasn't just rolling over the pink when his opponent needed snookers in his last match. He was kind of hitting it a little bit hard. He just said his opponent got into his brain, so maybe that little blunder of grazing the pink with his shirt has put a little doubt and strangeness in there. I gotta admit, if it was a longer match, I think Blake would take maybe this red into the left middle, but best of three, down a frame. You need to win this one to put us into a decider. I think a lot of the feeling with the group stage is some people are indifferent to it, some people are not too happy with it, but the group stage just giving, players a little bit bang for their buck, shall we say, coming to a tournament. As things are growing and a lot more tournaments are happening, I wouldn't be surprised if some formats kind of switch up a little bit. This is just the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. What if there's the Calgary Masters, where it's just a single elimination, win and move on? Obviously, that would open the door for having more lengthy matches. It's a little tough there. He's going to be queuing down just a bit. Look at that. Where's the zoom on the lens when we had it there? There's some very awkward bridging. That's what can happen. With a nice little bit of side, so you see that reaction off the side cushion. It's really where you see side take effect. Just scoots up the table. He's fortunate with the pace there. Didn't hit that pink full, just clipped it a little bit. Didn't really deaden the pace of the cue ball. So give him an opportunity to continue his break. Ooh. I don't know, Blake got in not severely late last night. I'd say probably he was in the practice room about 6, but he did drive all the way from Winnipeg, Manitoba, so that's definitely a long haul. I think the weather was all right. So the weather here in Calgary really is going to turn south. I think everyone's got their fingers crossed that the heat is going to stay on, because it's going to get quite below zero in the coming days. So you're fortunate enough that the brown is blocking the path. Looks like it's going to swerve around it. Dangerous. Long pot there by Sahil. Put himself nicely on the blue. Right side, I think he's got the pink. It's actually looking like a Lynchian table right now, where all the beautiful colors are on one side and the red ants are at the other. Gotta pay a good homage. Rest in peace, David Lynch. Quite a great artist, filmmaker. I think he was a little bit of a closet fan of the game of snooker. It does appear in some of his art pieces. Definitely there was talk about it in Twin Peaks. So, never got a chance to meet the man. Never wondered if he enjoyed this great game. I could see that it could be up his alley. Definitely takes a lot of precision, but also does need creativity. I've seen more often than not shots that I couldn't even believe a player takes on. So skill, fundamentals, technique, all important. Obviously we said what's going on between the ears, just the mental side, but the mental side also has to be creative. Getting out of snookers and finding those snookers and plants, seeing if they'll go. He's just going to roll up to this brown here. Yep. Well, he's smart there. Obviously with those shots, they're very tricky. Really got to assure that you get the pace. If you falter and just don't give it the correct pace and not hit that object ball, you could put yourself in a free ball situation where your opponent could put you back in and then you're dealing with that snooker. Yeah, fortunate enough the black is back down at the business end of the table for both players. This pink is high up in the bulk area. There's a reprieve with blue being on its spot. They can always play around with that. But as I say that, Blake just pushes the blue a little closer to that bulk line. Yeah, there are tight spaces. It's tight. Got Ranveer deep. Ranveer. My apologies. Ranveer Singh. Just watching on as he's in this group. He'd like to know the result here. I think he's kind of in the middle of the road, so I think he should be doing all right. More Blake and Romai are in a bit of trouble there. Both those players are on the bubble of going home. One of them could be. Well, one of them for sure will be, but who will it be? We'll see what happens at the conclusion of today. Challenge.com. That's challenge.com. Has all the results there. Just look out the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. And you should see where all your players stand in the group stage. We'll be kicking off tomorrow at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. 11 a.m. That's Calgary time. That's when our round of 16 starts, our first batch of matches. Very nice little gentle kiss there. He's left to red into the left middle, but it's not an easy task. Yeah, just maybe just a little pace on that safety shot for Blake, but just a millimeter. It's a game of just fractions. So Sahil can definitely use this black to increase his lead. Two reds on the side cushions. Look a little bit tricky. Might be able to get an angle to develop them after a black. But these are tricky. Really trying to develop it there. Lead of 49 to 20, so 29 points in it. 43 on the table. It's a messy looking table. The advantage, I think, definitely goes to Sahil here right now, but we definitely can see these frames turn on a die. That pink has now put us into snookers required. Just a small little 36-point difference. That last red there. Always potential for a free ball. I think this is going to be frame and match. So now all Blake can do is kind of really just scoreboard watch. Hoping in that final match with Romai Singh and Ranveer Singh, Ranveer can defeat Romai, because in the tiebreaker, the head-to-head, Blake has beat Romai earlier today. And Blake's got the snooker. Almost think he's going to maybe put this in. Because now he's not got the snooker there. He's got A shot to nothing. Wow, what a pot there. I think that's going to seal the deal. There it is. There's handshakes there. Tough to beat. Defeat for Blake there, but, well, Sahil Nyer, he is impressive. And as we say that, the terrain doesn't go, but doesn't matter for this young gentleman. I think that's a clean sheet so far for him. He has one match later to go this evening against Alex Paglanen. I think both of them are undefeated. So we'll see who can be top draw in that group. We're going to step aside. But we're getting close to the end of day one. We do still have a few more matches to go, so hang in there, everybody. We're glad that you're enjoying this Calgary Open Snooker Tournament, number 2, all the way from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, at the Haderi Snooker Academy. That's David Byrne saying we'll talk to you in a few moments. Take care, everyone. back, everybody. Another featured match on our TV table here at the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament featuring Peter Singh taking on Gurdeep Khan. It's David Burney in the booth to guide you through this best-of-3 match round robin. This one's got some importance, that's for sure. I think both these players are kind of near the bottom of their group, so it's almost like win and you're going to move on. So both players just doing their pre-match routine. And we should be getting underway momentarily. Peter breaking us off. We're underway. Looks like a good friend of the snooker community, the great and multi-talented Nicholas Metcalf. Nick Metcalf, who runs the Talking Snooker podcast with Phil Hegg, is tuning in all the way from Berlin, Germany. He's over at the German Masters. So, Nick, I did get your message. And yeah, when I have some downtime, I'll definitely take a look at it and give you some feedback. Nick has just launched a radio snooker program, so very interested. If anyone else out there is interested, definitely give it a few minutes and see what Nick is up to. He's definitely a lover of snooker and many things, and hey, maybe this year in Sheffield, Nick, we can have our karaoke jam and see what happens. So it looks like Peter's just mentioned that there is a touching ball. This kind of actually seems like it could be a little bit of a grudge match actually here. Got some inside information for all you viewers at home. Peter actually was playing a match with Darcy Michael and was on a substantial break. I was getting down to take the black, and all of a sudden music just came out of Gurdeep's phone and just really threw Peter off, and he kind of shrugged his shoulders going like, what's going on, buddy? And Gurdeep was like, what? It's just the music. So might be a little extra incentive here. Maybe a rivalry has started. Mostly all the players do get along with each other off the table, but sometimes, there's some players that might not see eye to eye. We do see on the pro circuit. Ronnie O'Sullivan and Ali Carter. They're definitely not the bestest of friends. I think he's alright. I think that brown is covering that red into the green pocket. Gurdeep's having a good long stare at it. The brown's just a little bit of a pain. With this red that's out in the open, it's looking like he's taking it on. These are tricky shots into the middle pockets from this angle, but still, don't think if Peter misses this, he's not really going to leave anything on. And just naturally, he'll be on the black. Oh, Gurdeep's got a long red. A red that's just kind of around the green spot. Going into the green pocket. That's a nice long pot there. Tough for a right-hander here going all over those reds. Does well there. Yeah, this day and age, or this stage of the tournament right now, we're just doing some roll on, roll off. Kind of just as, usually we have a pretty quick turnaround. Mohammed was wondering when our next match is, and obviously we're into it now. Tough thing I think really about the amateur game is the scheduling. It's always kind of a race against the clock. Some matches can go a little bit longer. And you won't have these, sometimes you have really long days because you can't take a lot of these guys and gals. We've had some women in tournaments before. Take away from their actual job. You know, we're all amateurs here. We're all doing it for the love. That is the definition of an amateur. They do it for love. And if you ever wanted to hear a little bit of my story, it's me, David Burney. I had the great honor to be on that podcast that I was mentioning, the Tucker and Snooker podcast with Phil Haig and Nick Metcalf. Definitely, it's up there online. I think you probably can get it through iTunes or SoundCloud or Spotify, or who knows what gadgetry is up there for all your audio listening. But yeah, a lot of fun with those guys, and always enjoy seeing them over in Sheffield for the yearly pilgrimage to the World Championships. So count down the days, Nick and Phil. I'm pretty sure Phil is going to eagerly anticipate a rematch, as we both met in the semi-final of the Media World Championships. Just thought about it a little bit. Well, I did find the bottom of the pocket. And both players just finding a little trouble just getting going early on. This is the first time both of them have been on the TV table. So yeah, players definitely find out quite quickly what the TV table is, and as much as they might not show it, I think deep down it might just be a little added pressure, but they got to push that away. Focus on the task at hand. Might be a touching ball. We'll see what. Yeah, he's just didn't go right close directly to the ball, obviously, but he made a little motion with his hand that it was touching, and Gurdeep agreed. This almost goes back to a earlier match, or a point in a match I was making. is, do you bust open those reds, just spread them out, and then see what your opponent can do? Because it can be pretty nerve-wracking once you start hitting a break and you're going higher than you've ever been before. Another little result coming in. Looks like Ken Jewett has defeated Cliff Johnson by a scoreline of 2-0. All the results are up on the challenge site. I think actually someone in the chat room has posted up a link. If anyone wants to do that again, that would be greatly appreciated. But on challenge site, search out the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament.
$24 per hour. Yes. Still 24.
Just maybe a little bit aside there just to straighten it up a little bit.
Today, tomorrow, and Sunday. So we have no table till 10 o'clock tonight. Yeah. Yes. Unfortunately, no booking tonight. So you have to call in before you come in here, and we can keep the table for you. The table is available. If somebody's waiting and you still want the table, then we have to charge you for the table. Yeah. 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 9 o'clock. 9:15.
Small little break has increased his lead
Sorry.
to 12-1.
Yeah. Yeah. Ramin. Yeah. Ramin. And
Nice long pot there by Peter.
your name is?
Fortunately, any of the color balls he elects to take on are going to shoot him back into the bulk area. But getting a few points.
Yeah.
Hey, you could get this pink in here. You could put a nice telling safety, maybe even a snooker. Oh, but the pink doesn't drop. That little 3 reds kind of diagonally on the row, the one on the bottom, just above that red out in the open. I wonder if that just goes through the gap. Maybe a little shot to nothing here for Gurdeep. He's definitely brought his long putting today. It's nice that it canted into the reds there, kind of developed a red. Obviously a little tricky being a right-hander. He's gonna just negotiate all those reds with his bridge hand. It's a thin cut, but I think he can get a pathway to get back up table. He only got the path, but he didn't get the pocket. He was fortunate that pace on that cue ball. Rattled in the jaws, took out the pace. So it was definitely looking to come back down. And once again, the table has gone Lynchian. Beautiful colors up top, and all these red balls down, symbolizing the red ants that are underneath. Just had a little hiccup with their scoring issue there, so they're bringing in Ramin Derry, the owner and operator here, / tournament director. He's doing a wonderful job. It's a pretty big tournament. You know, he's got a lot of people traveling far. There's some big added money in here. So he's doing some great work to increase those purses. It's always a tricky thing, because sometimes we're going against people that are uneducated in the game of snooker. They're not really sure what it is. Some people, when I mention I'm going to commentate on a snooker event, they wonder, is that some kind of dirty party trick or something? But nonetheless, it's a great sport to show, exercise discipline, really thinking person's game. And they're really just getting the numbers. This one sold out pretty quickly. Unfortunately, no one had told Ramin that we're smack dab right in the middle of Chinese New Year. So that forced a few players to withdraw. And Darcy Michael, as you can see, sitting in the top right corner of your screen there. He's running the Central Canadians in Winnipeg come mid-February. That runs from February 15th to 17th. And we've got the BC Open coming at the end of March. Possibly Western Canadians back here in this room in May. So there is a lot more opportunities. Our good friends over at the OBSA, I know they're doing lots of tournaments happening in the Greater Toronto area. So definitely things are happening. It's moving in the right direction. We appreciate all the viewership. It's just day one here, but feel free to tune us in all weekend long. As if we get the high numbers, then hopefully we can approach some of these companies that maybe have some deep pockets and some money to spend and trade some advertising spots for some sponsorship money. So they're fortunate to get one red up there in the bulk area, but got to get something back down on this end of the table, whether it be pink, black, even blue wouldn't be that bad. Any pot that Gurdeep takes on here, it's going to be mid to long range. He's trying to get the black back down there. It's not that bad for a right-hander. This blind cut, the red into the yellow pocket. Come off a couple cushions and be on the black. No, he's just going to like to play safe. Going for the snooker. It's not bad because that red, rightmost, obviously those four that kind of are in the middle, just right of the pink spot, might be baiting him if they're. We might be able to get by this black to get one of those reds because that red on the rightmost does scream a little bit of an in-off. For our newcomers that are wondering what the term in-off, when I allude to that, it's taking your cue ball, hitting your object ball, but then putting your cue ball into the pocket. Not a great shot in snooker. English billiards, it's a good shot, but obviously that cue ball finds the bottom of a pocket at any point in time, it's going to be 4 points for your opponent. Little twitch on that follow through. You see Gurdeep's pendulum arm just kind of swaver to the side there. Good chance here for Peter. Take that red into the green pocket. Just come off enough that he can have a little low on the black to put it into the yellow pocket and naturally bring his cue ball back down to the end of the table. So I had the idea, just it's a tough shot. It's always tough as well. Sometimes when he's rattled a few long pots in the jaws, Peter has. And just when they spit out, just when they're not dropping, it just does a number on the old brain box. Really disturbs the confidence. We've seen confidence really, it's ugly head as well. Sometimes you're beaming with it and you feel like you can't miss. It can cloud your vision a little bit sometimes when you should be playing a safety shot. You want to continue your break. And that ego and stuff can get into the way. So Gurdeep's got the black into the right middle. Really would help the progression of this frame. Brown and green are really kind of in a safe spot on the right. It's a good hiding spot, definitely behind that brown. That's a nice shot there by Peter. Looks like he's got the snooker. And definitely, if you have any comments or questions, we've got an active chat there. Feel free to let us know where you're tuning in from. That sounds like our friend JB plays a lot at the corner banks, so I assume that he's from the Greater Toronto area. Good member of the snooker community, Nick Metcalf, tuning in all the way in from Berlin. I know we get sometimes our friends from the Motor City. Chuck Jones, wonder if he's tuning in. Almost seems like we're going to have to start putting out programs to all our great viewership of letting them know when events are going to be coming up. Deep Sandhu up there right in the doorway. Great player, won an edition of the Canadian Snooker League in Vancouver a couple of years ago, but decided to move out to Alberta. Personally, I scratch my head. I'm like, it's beautiful weather. Like, it's going to be really, really cold here in the next few days. But sometimes work commitments, family, there's a lot of important factors. But it's good to see that he's come in the room. Surprised that he's not playing in the tournament. But Romain definitely has big plans here at the Haderi Snooker Academy. Let's put a lot of great events together. Peter does have or Gurdeep does have the option of putting all the balls back, but I just don't think he's going to do that. I think we'd be here all night. It's nice to see that the black's down at its spot. So that's going to help out both these players. And the green and brown kind of come out of their hiding space. Right cushion. was a nice pot. Just unfortunately, he's kind of come up and the yellow's giving him a little trouble. Always tough when you get these self-inflicted wounds. Yeah, it seems like if anybody can get down there at the top end of the table, it's looking pretty profitable. So, tough part with this, it's a long one. Doesn't want to hit it too hard. Yeah, would like to just ran a bit. Wanted to hold for that black. Could have even hit it a little bit lighter. The tough part is obviously if it wiggled in the jaws and got refused, you're really setting the table for your opponent to eat heavily. Looks like this is touching the green, so that green moves at all. For that black. Yep. Gurdeep is just a little bit stunned there. He said that's a 7-point foul. You've had to double take a little bit. So that foul has put Peter ahead in this first frame. Hasn't been high flying stuff. It is late in the day, that's for sure. These guys have been battling since 11. A lot of matches played, lots of frames. We might see a little later in the evening, the fatigue might set in. Our last matches are scheduled for 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Mountain Time. That was just a miss hit by Peter. He had the blind cut in there, and both players are kind of struggling for a bit of form, so pushing that black close to that cushion. I don't know. Oh, great effort there by Peter. Just wiggling the jaws a little bit. Tough game. Got to be so precise. Guess you can't get past the blue for the potting angle on this red into the green pocket. Another look. Almost willing it in there. Oh, he's okay. He's got some help from the blue to take that red on the right side of the equation.
Yes, we do.
few cranks of the socket wrench to tighten those bolts, and those object balls of Peter are going to find the bottom of the pocket. Just needs to tune it up just a little bit. It was a long, and it was definitely a tricky shot. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there.
Sign on the table. If there is nobody else is waiting for the table, we're gonna keep the table for you. But if there is somebody else, what we're gonna do is either we charge you by the time we get here, or so people are waiting, right?
So Peter with the slim advantage, 25 to 22 in this first frame, 59 points on the table.
Then we turn on the timer.
A lot of hiding places in bulk.
Then we
Pink and black,
start.
not ideally where they are.
Yeah.
Love to get one of them back on the spot.
Yes, half an hour. Yeah, half an hour. Not more than half an
Hit that with pace just to hold for the blue, but the tough part hitting it at pace, you got to be precisely accurate.
Well, if there is no table and somebody's waiting, that's when it starts. Maybe it'll be like 15 minutes after 9, or maybe it'll be 20 minutes after 9, or 10 minutes, or 5 minutes.
It's a nice red, just unfortunate. It's got rather close to the black. Would like some separation so he could take on the black or the pink.
If you're not showing up within 15 minutes, I have to turn over the table to somebody else. Okay? I mean, 15 minutes from the time that you said you're gonna be here, right? Yeah.
Very nice shot there. Had to get that rest up and out of the way quickly. Because if his cue ball had hit rests or his own cue, well, it's at the table, definitely would be a foul of some points.
Okay, so okay.
That's a nice little pot there by Peter. It's definitely tricky. Tricky definitely to hold for that red along the cushion, so probably just got a nice angle on this green. Get the red. He's looking for the yellow. But that miss is gifted a chance here for Gurdeep. He's got a red into the right middle. Maybe there's an angle he can kind of just stun and float it up to get the green into the yellow pocket. But really, there's not a lot of reward. The lead, not by much. Getting a red off the table does help. Okay, it's a bit flatter out of an angle than I thought, so I can take the green into its own pocket. I just wanted the cue ball to run a little bit more. He hasn't got the snooker behind the brown. So a long pot. Can Peter capitalize? Only trailing by 8 in this first frame. Might have just gone just a... It's tough to see from this angle. Obviously, I think it's a thin cut for that red. He's coming, taking a look. You know, if it's straight in line with the pocket, it's that much easier. But When it goes a little high, it's that much more thinner. Control of the cue ball is kind of going to be out the window. It's a real tester of the eyes, these thin ones. Because you do it really, really thin, you probably might miss the red altogether. We took that out of the equation by taking it on into the yellow pocket. Peter might have a cutback double here, actually. He's just got to be mindful that pinky's queuing over, but I think the angle is there to pot this red. Oh, he's having a double look. I want this to run. Well, Peter's got a chance to cut this into the left middle. Oh, he looked to take it down to the top left corner. As a result, it is safe. Just skimmed that yellow. If it was any more thicker, it could have popped out and given Peter a pretty good chance at that red. I think there's a path by there. Definitely tough to tell by our angle here, but you're deep coming and taking a look at it. I think he sees it there. It's definitely a shot to nothing. This cue ball is going to come off a couple of cushions and should be sailing back into bulk. Peter's probably going to try. It's got to jack up a little bit here if he wants to get down on it. Just to stun it right there and get his cue ball behind the brown. Don't think he got close enough. Both players just a little pacey with their safety shot. Well, he's got options here. He's got middle to the right, top corner right. Helps definitely with the object ball and cue ball close together. Looks like he's lining up for the right middle. Oh, it's not there, and there's a pathway for this red past the green. So Peter electing to play safe. Looks like he did he get the snooker behind the black? It's awkward bridging for Gurdeep, obviously negotiating the blue and green. Where's this going to end up? As he fluked it. Very close, but here's a chance for Peter. It's a thin, but definitely makeable shot. I'd like to open up that a little bit better. Might just roll up to the brown here. Nice little two-way shot actually there. I like it from Peter. Oh, blue looks like it's a blocker here. So we're deep in a little bit of trouble. Should be alright with at least two cushions. So it's the first time I've said it today, but in this amateur game, so many of these matches, frames come down to when we get to the colors. Obviously only 7 points in it. Gurdeep with the lead, 34-27 and 27 points on the table. He's up to the blue. Gurdeep does. He's got contact, but he's left a cut to the left middle. Come off the top cushion, come down for the green. Need some more speed. Big bounce. Just to get there, but he might be able to slide off a couple cushions, get behind the brown if he can get the weight off this green. Oh, very nice effort there by Peter. It was close. Good attempt. This frame is really going to hinge maybe on that pink. And right now Gurdeep doesn't need it, but he's left the green there. Well, both players are going to need that pink. Wow, Peter is tied on his potting boots. Well, it has come down to the pink. Peter with a 7-point advantage. Peter needs pink. Gurdeep needs pink and black. Oh, and here's quite an opportunity here for Gurdeep. So that great potting by Peter. He's going to be a little upset with himself here. Oh, and it's there, and well, it took a little bit to get down to it, but this is high drama right here, down to the black. Little tricky, obviously. He's putting his bridge hand on the cushion. Would love to put his hand flat on the bed of the table. Cutting it into the right middle for the first frame of this best of three match. Oh, it's off. It's off. But he hasn't just left anything easy for Peter. I think almost Peter might just be playing that black off the bulk cushion, putting a lot of distance. He's trying for the green pocket. But a good result there. He's quite safe. Further it goes along, the more the tension mounts. You gotta be full committed. Safe or taking it on. You can't waver in between. Oh, he's got a cue ball and to the cushion. That makes that shot just a little bit more difficult. Definitely you just don't want to roll it in. You got to give it a little bit of pace, because if it just sits in the jaws, it's a gimme for your opponent. Is he going to try the double? Into the right middle, put in his cue ball, element of safe. It's going to go up into the bulk area. What a pot, and that white will stay out. Well, Peter was struggling a little bit at the beginning, found some form, potted some nice colored balls, made it interesting, put us down to the final black, and a nice double with element of safe gave him the first frame of this best of three match. As the players set up the frame, we'll step aside for a few moments and be right back with frame two. And we're back here with frame two. Scoreboard is keyed and hummed. And Gurdeep breaking off to get us going. Yeah, both players in practice day yesterday were definitely putting a lot more of those long pots into the bottom of the pocket, but come tournament time, just that extra little bit of pressure. Yeah, I think both these players are aware of each other, both from the province of BC. Although Gurdeep's in the interior, they don't play as much as some players that Peter plays in the lower mainland of British Columbia. But I'm pretty sure they've seen each other at the BC Open. Not sure if they've ever been in the same group. But They're not complete strangers, so they're probably aware a little bit of each other's ability. You're deep showing some nice shot making here. He could run through, just ever so gently, pop up. Doesn't have to disturb the reds, as that red that's close to the black and the bottom of the cluster does go to the left middle. But he elected to cannon in and try and develop some reds, but now is in just a little bit of trouble here. It's a tricky plant. They're not glued together. There's a bit of distance. Just going to elect for the safety and put his cue ball. Trying to get tight to that top cushion, but it's left Peter with some awkward bridging. It's a great picture right there, seeing what his bridge hand has to deal with. He's trying to plant there. Unfortunately unsuccessful. He's left a long red for Peter into the green pocket. Keep his eye on this. It's a tricky cut. Just too thin. He's left to this rather just Deep's got to negotiate that red that he's queuing over. Makes it just a little bit difficult, but this is a straight in to the middle. And these middle pockets have been kind to the players. We've seen them spit out a few, but not as many. These tournaments I've seen, definitely down at Embassy Billiards. Stephen Wong does a great job down there, putting a lot of great tournaments, great table conditions. But man, he's got some tight middle pockets. So this is a good response by Gurdeep. It's always heartbreaking when you go down to the final black and lose a frame that way. But maybe it just spurs on the fighting spirit. A lot of times we see when these players are back is against the wall, that's when they really kind of start producing the goods. Making their opponent nervous. Gurdeep just waiting for Gary Austin. Take his shots. It's a bit wrong side of the blue. Might be able to just gently stun up that red. Obviously the two reds on the right side. One red that's out, obviously very tricky to cut into the middle pocket, and now pretty much impossible on that angle, but he could double it back into that pocket he's queuing over. One thing is, just listen for the pocket when it goes in, although he's going to have to move out of the way. Might have the pace for the treble. That's one piece of advice I like to pass on any newcomers. Those double shots, it's better to listen for the pocket. So often than not, players will take a shot and quickly whip their head around to see where it's going, and that just gives some unwanted head movement. That's a nice red there by Peter. But yeah, if you just keep your head focused straight, hit the shot, and just let that object all come whizzing by you, and just listen for that little jingle into the netted pocket, I think you'll be more successful than not. Alright, let's see if it's Peter's turn at the table to put together something. It's trailing by 26 points right now. This brown is a little bit of an annoyance, actually. Fortunately, Peter not tall in stature, but a good player, a good fighter, always loves the game. Always happy to come in the room and support. Just loves playing. But with being a little on the shorter side, he was going to need the rest, because he was going to be queuing over that brown. And as we've seen, any little fabric of the vest or shirt hits a ball, it is a foul. It's a good opportunity for Peter. Those three reds in the middle of the table. They're situated in a really nice position. Oh, the commentator's curse just jinxed him. He's probably going to take me in the back parking lot if he reviews this match. Maybe rough me up a little bit, but that was a tricky pink. At least he hit it in pace. He didn't leave any of these kind of three reds right in the middle of the top end. It needed to run a bit more. He's left it open for this red into the right middle. Not a bad little cannon on the blue. Really stopped the pace. Black and pink are a little bit trouble, but this is a nice, relatively easy blue. It's got to go in and out of bulk. He's got to get the blue first. That just goes to that pre-shot routine. Know what you have to do for that shot on the blue. Know you've already got your spin, where you want to put it, how much cue power you want to give. Know that, and then just focus on the angle to knock that blue in. Peter was jumping at the opportunity because he knew he had a chance, but a fluked red has found the bottom of the yellow pocket to increase Gurdeep's lead in the second frame. Could go to a decider. Peter definitely wants to snuff that out. But Gurdeep would love to be in that place, as in the decider sometimes all bets are off. Peter wasn't punished heavily after that fluke. Shake, rattle, and roll there. Not sure if anyone saw Peter's heart just pound out of his chest there. a little bit worried, but the red has gone in. Nice shot there. Hit it with pace. Doing that gives it every chance for the pocket to spit it out. Like the shot maybe just might have just been a bit too thin, but playing that cross double, he knew he was going to put his cue ball up into the bulk area. So he's leaving Slenny a mid to long range. Pradeep sometimes goes by Sunny. So you're aware that I am talking about the right person, and it's a nice long red. Just taking a look at the scoring software. Might have been a little bit of a hiccup. I've been noticing that coming over, and need some help from the blue. He has a little bit. Sunny maybe didn't take that red. It's out in the open, just below the pink. Taking that blind cut. I feel like he wouldn't have cannoned into that red that was close to the top right corner. If he was to miss it, he'd come off the top, the right cushion, maybe even the left cushion, and shoot him up into bulk. The big result here, Gary Austin has defeated Arsalan Yami by a scoreline of 2-1. Obviously, if you want to see any other results, check out the challenge.com site. That's challenge.com. And search out the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament 2025. Just a very sneaky suspicion that this one just might come down to the colors. That pink has blocked the path for a shot to nothing for Peter. That red out in the open in the middle, the top end. think there might be a clear path, possibly for this red, to go by the other red and go by the pink and find home in the top left corner. Seems like Gurdeep is kind of channeling the Canadian champion there, Jason Williams. Very famously known for getting down and then popping up and recomposing and then taking the shot. Well, it almost worked for Gurdeep there. He's just using his chalk to clean any kind of residue. It can have a little effect from time to time. Obviously, if you get those paired on cue ball markers, the baby blue, they've got that little notch in the middle. Then find yourself in a fabric store and grab yourself a white tailor's pencil. The theory, I believe, is you could take that. This also works for foul and miss. It's a great tool. You bring that paired on cue ball marker to the white ball, put it underneath to mark it, you push the white ball away, and with that tailor's pencil, you just make a little mark where that notch is. So it's easy and quite undisputable where the white ball will be respotted if a player is unsuccessful on an attempt on an object ball when they're in a snooker. That just rolled enough. That isn't an easy one for Peter. He was hoping for it to pull up or a few more rotations. So just 25 points in it. 34-9 advantage for Gurdeep and 51 points on the table. Yeah, he's hung that one out. Long pot. Angle is going to take Peter back up table. Don't think he's going to cannon into that black. Yeah, it's time for you to go over and just give that horn a little tap or a little love kiss there, Peter. That could have gone completely wrong. It went nicely for Mr. Singh. And doubly nicely. There's an in-off there, unseen there by Gurdeep. He's got a little shot to nothing here. Ooh. Didn't think that was going to cannon into those. Thought he was going to miss that. This is tricky. He's just going to do the one cushion. It's dangerous. But fantastically played. Well done. Sometimes the two cushion just gives you a little bit better advantage. That one cushion, pink and black sitting there. Ooh, it's a scary one. Gurdeep is up to here. Played it with a lot of side. Wow. Just avoid that black. That was dangerous. Actually, I think he's come out really successful here. Maybe a little plant here for Peter, but it's tough. A lot of distance between those balls. Made that plant difficult. Surprised he's not looking at that red that is close to his cue ball. A lot of distance to travel to get into that top right corner. But he really could draw back and play it with an element of safe. Oh, he's given him an opportunity to go deep. Mid-range shot right into the yellow pocket. Your Jeep just waiting for Velle on the adjacent table just to take his shot. Watch out for that blue. Wow. Gurdeep definitely likes to dance with danger a little bit. That red is onto the green. It's blind cut. It's tricky. Sure, Deep might be able. Can he get flick off that red and get behind the yellow? That's what he's looking at. Wow, what a thin cut. Oh, is he going to knock the blue in? Oh my goodness, can you believe it? Can you believe that? That was a thin, great red that he had there. Looking like he was going to be in prime position because it was just a sitter of a blue, but unfortunately a lot of pace. So that could be the... Might be what Peter needs. Maybe that's that turnaround in this frame. Tough to tell if that red goes by the yellow. Don't think it does. Yeah. What a bit of bad fortune for Gurdeep. Putting that blue in. Well, Peter has a bit of an angle. He could get behind the pink here. Just got to be mindful, obviously, of that brown. Taking good look, good care. Double kiss. Not gonna really hurt him, as that's a thin and tough cut on that red. Gurdeep definitely went for it. Unfortunately, he's a little unsuccessful. Peter's just got to be mindful of that yellow this time, queuing over it. It's gonna pull up. He's giving him a chance. He's fortunate, obviously, the cue ball is tight to the cushion. And if he hits it with pace, he can come up for the blue. Even the green and the yellow, so it is down to the colors. Just that brown is just kind of a troublesome right there. Oh, has he snookered himself? Ouch. Yeah, yellow was his frame ball. This brown is going to be, I think, a big ball in this frame. Well, Peter found some definitely great potting ability in the last frame when they came down to the colors. Well, that's looks relatively easy on our screen, but it certainly is tricky. 24 points in it, so my apologies, Gurdeep. Oh, he just does need just the yellow. That was tricky, that one for Peter. Big shot. This is his frame ball. Put us in snookers required. Obviously, I think he's got to get that brown as well. Peter still will be coming back to the table. Well, he's definitely coming back to the table on that miss. I think there's a little coat of yellow paint that Peter can hit. Very close to the end off, too. How many more twists and turns are we going to have in this second frame? Peter want to get it done and dusted in a whitewash. Obviously, unfortunately, he's trailing in this frame. And Gurdeep would love to put us into a decider. Didn't get lucky there. He's just got a bit of an angle to draw back for that green. Don't hook himself again. It's a nice green. $22 on the table. Peter just needs 2 snookers, so the pink's in not a bad position. He actually might even just knock this brown in. I think he just completely missed it there, so unfortunate foul there has pushed us into a decider. Who will take it? Peter Singh, who won the first frame, or Gurdeep Khan, can he keep the good times rolling, winning the second frame and take the third one to take the match? Only time will tell when we come back for this exciting deciding frame. And welcome back. An exciting decider is upon us. Peter Singh will be breaking off. Both games have gone down to the wire, gone down to the colors. If I'm a betting man, I don't think that's going to be any different in this deciding frame. So Peter in first. See what he can make of it. Okay, it wasn't a great chance on that last red. So. Very nice pace there by Gurdeep. Shouldn't be a problem for Peter. There's a lot of those reds clustered together. Look like an actually really big red. Little twitch on the end there. Figure deep as you saw his little back arm swing out. There's only one Alex Higgins, and he was successful at it, but I think he was a rather freak of nature. He's left an opener, but unfortunately that red along the cushion that he's close to doesn't yield any results for a color. Now does he take on the aggressive brown into the middle with some top? Maybe play for this red in the middle of the table, or just a delicate roll up to the yellow, which it looks like he's doing. Just missed. So Deep has the option of putting him back, let him play on from there, or Deep could come to the table and seeing a red into the middle. I see a little bit of angle that he could get up for the blue. I think Peter would make those fine adjustments if he did have to be put back and be successful in his next attempt. Guess these reds below the pink are really blocking the pass to both the top corner pockets. We might be lucky here. Doesn't seem that red is touching. See how the punting angle to cut this red into left middle looks like it. So the brown is the easier shot into the yellow pocket, but he's got to use the rest. He's going to come off the cushion to come back down table. Whereas with the blue, it's natural that he'll come down to the business end. He's got to be mindful of queuing over that red. It's nowhere near it right now, but it's definitely in the back of his mind. attempt there by Peter. Certainly going for it. It's getting a little messy now. Black tied up. Pink is, blue is safe. Green's kind of open to the top right. Brown's open. Yellow's, here and there. As you can see, John Robertson. No, you might not be able to see him on the top left of your screen. But when we were having a little fun on Wednesday night over at AJ's place, he's like, "All right, these colors, this frame's not going anywhere. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take all the colors and put them back on their spots." And it made it fun and made it interesting, but obviously that's a no-no in tournament play. But Peter's got options here. He's just got a slight angle, stun up for the brown off this red into the left middle. Love to have rolled a little bit more. Ooh, selecting for the yellow. Interesting. Well, if that had dropped, he would have been in great position. Unfortunately, he's given the torch to her deep. Let's see how far he can run with it. Good angle on the yellow to come back down table. Just wanted that to pull up. I think he was going for those reds in the middle near the pink. Bottom red one definitely had a path. Yeah, don't let's see. Only way to take this red to the left corner. Maybe default pink. We've brought the black out, so that's going to be advantageous to someone. It's a tricky rest shot there for Peter, so I guess he's electing for a longer red. He's not missing them by a lot. Just go back to that tool shed, grab that screwdriver, Peter, and just, tighten the bolts just a little bit. Those long pots are going to be falling for you, but it's always tough when they don't fall and your confidence really shrinks. But he's been gifted a chance here now. He's got an angle to come off the top cushion for either black or green after this red. Well, he does have the pink, I believe. He doesn't have the pink, so this is a tough black. Just a lot of pace on that last shot. So it's kind of looking like a rugby score right now. 14-8. Still anybody's frame. Lots of points on the table. There are balls out in the open. Blue and pink are the only really safe shot. Nice little check siding there. Good D-pad. Make the brown available. You wanted to miss that yellow completely. Just be playing a double here with an element of safe. Don't really give a chance for that double. Is there a potting path here at the angle? Was there. Peter just couldn't convert. It's like a heavyweight boxing match when you're deep into it in the latter rounds where both players are just swinging at each other, trying to hit something, trying to create a knockout blow. Nice pot with the rest. Let's have a bit of an angle on the screen. Get behind that red on the cushion. Or just hold for this red into the opposite top left corner. So actually, this is Peter's last match of the day. Gurdeep's got one more. So fatigue definitely could be hitting in a little bit. It's been a long day. We started at 11 a.m. today. It's getting close to 8 p.m. Mountain Time. 11 is the magic time. That's when we'll be starting again tomorrow. Be sure to tune us in because we'll be into the knockout phase there. And it's win and move on or lose and go home. I think this match, that's why they're really gripping down both players. Obviously struggling a little bit with form, but they do opt for some safety from time to time just because they both know they're kind of on the bubble. Seems like the winner of this match probably will move on and the loser will go home. This group has 5 participants in it, so 4 will be moving on, and unfortunately 1 will have to be on the sidelines tomorrow. Nicely done. I think he's just a little low. He's got a nice little angle that he can stun up for the pink off this red into the top right middle. He's really coming back. He's coming back for the black. Interesting. So it's got some distance. Just wondering where his next red is going to be. But hey, take the points, take the money and run. increased his lead to 24 points. 51 on the table. Wow, great double there. It was a risky shot. Obviously, he's leaving Peter red into the top right. It would be tough. Obviously, Peter would be using the redwoods. So maybe that little thought in the back of his mind forced him to take on that shot. Gurdeep is finding the form here. This is a good time. Try another double. See, doubles are a lot easier going into the middle pocket rather than the corner pockets. And he's already hasn't sold out. Looks like Peter could clip off this red by the right cushion. Come up table. So both players just looking at the scoreboard. It looks like they've their tablet is saying there's only one red remaining, whereas we can see here, full glowing color, that there's two reds. So they might just have to add a red on the tablet. So Romin Haderi is over there. We got a little pause. Check out challenge.com. Challenge.com, the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. That's where you're going to find results as they happen, where everyone is in the round robin. And a little later tonight, obviously at the conclusion of day one, all the round robin matches will be complete. And the knockout section of the tournament will be posted up there. Ooh. Might be down to fatigue. It's a long day, you know. When you got to make those thin cuts, sometimes the eyesight just fails you a little bit. And unfortunately, he's just left a relatively easy red here for Gurdeep, who has a 36-point advantage. Ooh, he needed that red. That was his ball to put us to snookers required. And he sells out there, so Peter not punished for that little lapse in concentration, forcing that 4-point foul. Obviously, Peter does not need high value color. There's two reds. So he's just going to spin around the table and reach for those redwoods. Looks like we've got a result over there. I think John Robertson has taken out Arsalan Yami. Scoreline at 2-0, but we'll just double check. Those Romin will be updating, and he's always been fantastic to come and bring me updated results as they happen. It just looks like, from where I'm seeing in the room, John just looks a little bit more happier, more willing to give some lessons to AJ there. AJ always tough to read if he won or lost. He's got a great demeanor. Always a great guy to see in the room. You know, he's got a nice warm smile when he sees you. We do miss him in British Columbia, but he was originally from Alberta, and he's got a youngster here, so I think a lot of his extended family is there. And the trouble part with this new tablet that they have, some of these players aren't well versed in it. I believe there is a function that they can add a red. Sometimes you lose count of the reds. I think that's just what their hiccup is having right now. As their scoring tablet said, they should be on the yellow, but obviously, as we can see, there's a red there. There's 35 points on the table, 31 in it. There's a nice long red there. Was Gurdeep's frame ball there. So both players just coming to an understanding. Both aware that Gurdeep does have 45. But that might be frame and match right there. It's tough for Ramin. He's doing many things behind the scenes. That's why it's really appreciate anybody that can help out behind the scenes. It's great to grow the community. We've always got wonderful players, but it would help out from time to time as we get a few more people behind the scenes. I'll tell you, Ramin, his wife is feeding us quite nicely. Some of these meals that we've been having over the past few days have been just 5-star restaurants, it feels like. It's delicious food. I don't think that missing red's really going to do much, as there's 41 in it. There's 18 on the table, so it's going to look pretty close to handshakes here. As Gurdeep has held his nerve in the decider. Peter Singh got the first one, but Gurdeep crawled back to get the second frame. Not sure why the blue went down. So Peter and Gurdeep just having a look at them. Surprised they're not just kind of taking a look at it. I know they put a 5 up there. If he takes out that 5, it's still 40-point difference with 18 on. It is a tall order for Peter. It is possible. I think he doesn't want to go down just so easily. I think Min's just updating some scores. Maybe he could. Looks like they've finished it possibly. A little bizarre finish there. Yeah, no handshakes there. They're kind of grappling a little bit with technology, but Alex Bagline, who's got another match coming up tonight. He's going to be taking on Sahil Nyer. Or maybe Romai Singh. Not sure who Alex will be facing, but he's quickly jumped onto this TV table to get a little bit of practice. So we'll step aside. It looks like Gurdeep Khan definitely defeated Peter Singh. And take a look at challenge, see where everyone is in that group and who's going to move on and who might unfortunately be going home tonight. But we'll step aside for a few short moments. We'll get our next match teed up for you. Looks like it should be an exciting one with Alex Bagline, a world-class pool player, and has found some form here on the snooker table. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Take care, everyone. Welcome back, everybody. Colossal match here late in the evening. You got Sahil Nyer taking on Alex Pagan. Both players undefeated. This almost could be a final. Might be a costly mistake. One advantage, I think Sahil definitely plays a lot more snooker, but Alex, a world-class pool player. Faltered a little bit. His first match that he had on the TV table, going against Ranveer Singh. Ranveer was quite ahead in that first frame. Alex did make it interesting, but Ranveer held tight, was able to snatch a victory, but then the lion woke up. Looks like Arsalan Yami is taking care of John Robertson, so but a surprise there. I thought actually John, as I alluded to in the last match, that John had won that, but Arsalan took it 2-0.
They mark it on the wrong place.
My apologies. Actually, the two players marked their score incorrectly on the score sheet, so I was actually correct. The body language was right. That it looks like John Robertson did defeat Arsalan Yami by a score of 2-0. And Adere is just taking a double look at that, just asking the players, and that is confirmed that they did put it on the wrong sheet. So John Robertson victorious, looking very strong to move into the knockout phase. It's nice to see that Nitin Sharma has come in to kind of spot balls, maybe act loosely as a referee. And Ranveer Singh is going to be keeping score. Really appreciate these gentlemen stepping up. Obviously, they're in the room. Players as well. They want to take a look at the excitement, but we really appreciate you guys stepping up and helping out behind the scenes. This makes it that much more enjoyable for the viewers at home. Well, this has been a nice little break here from Alex. He's just going to float down to the top cushion. Hopefully maybe, get a little angle for this right along that top cushion. He's popped out, but he popped out all right. Still a red available. He's got a touch of an angle that he can come down for this red along the top cushion. Yeah, it might be a tricky red. does have a red into the left middle. Big shot here. Great job. Definitely, I think his heart stopped for a few moments as it slowly rolled along the top cushion. How's his luck? I think he's okay, yeah. It's a red. Those four, bottom left, will nicely go. Might just be just a bit too straight. If he can run through, he does definitely have a red into the left middle. It is tricky. Okay, he did have a bit of an angle, but the angle wasn't there. He could come up for one of these reds. And another match result here that Ranveer won 2-0, but unfortunately Romai Singh forfeited. So I think those two players were at the bottom. And so Romai Singh is unfortunately going to go home, and Ranveer Singh, who I kind of was told in early on as a dark horse, is moving on to the knockout round, so he's got a lot of work to do. But if he can get in the balls, I really liked his form. Alex has got some great form here. He's giving himself options. I think he might just be a little too low on those two reds. The one that the red's closest to. You know, if he was straight on, he could just run right through and be on the black. If it was a little bit high, he could run and then stun down. And how many tools are coming to the table? Certainly everything was coming out there. Alex needs this black and a red to put us into the snooker's required stage. Don't know if he came up enough. A little wry smile. Definitely likes to chat it up, Alex does. Some players are quite quiet. Can't really see any of their emotions. Not the lion. I think Sahil's going to start turning into a cheerleader pretty soon. There is a potential of a century here. I've been commentated on many. For Nyer was my first century I commentated on. Always fun to enjoy this great feat. It's an 85. So I'm hearing, come on, Mr. Scorekeeper, keep us up to date. Put down that extension. You're doing a great job keeping score before. It's 93. Is the red there? It is. And he's put a red nicely there. This is a great, great opportunity for a really big break. Oh, and there it is. Round of applause for all the 101. Definitely has a potential for a 136. All the colors on the spots, just can't get ahead of himself. Just has to take it one shot at a time. This is a practice exercise you do religiously. Come on, Alex. Not completely sure what the high break prize is, but big shot here, brown to blue. He's just prime position. Ooh, that blue just wiggled a little bit. That's why it's come up just a little high. Gonna need to use the rest. But it's there, good recovery shot. This black for 136. Well done. He's a master of pool. I think he's a master of snooker there. A great 136 there by Alex Pagan. He takes this frame to lead the match 1-0. Sahil's just got to realize, hey, that's just one frame. Sahil's certainly capable of putting together a high break as well. But good on you, Alex. What a sight to see. Hopefully you all enjoyed that viewing in. Getting some fist pumps around. So we'll let the excitement simmer a little bit and come back and see if Sahil Nyer can rebound after that impressive 136 from Alex as he's set to break off for frame 2. No, seems like a lot of rumbling about money going on in the room there. It actually, people questioning, what's the high break prize? But you see, that last break, he didn't really get out of position that much. He's taking off just where he left off. As much as impressive a 136 is, there's some heavy hitters that are still in this tournament. It might fall. The knockout phases are a little bit longer. They're best of fives tomorrow, and then semis are best of seven, and finals are best of nine. So some players definitely can let their hair down a little bit. Not discrediting Alex's feat at all of the 136. That was just some impressive stuff. The highest break I've ever commentated on. He's got that loose red in the pack there. That will go into the top right corner. Come off the cushion beyond the black. It's hoping for a little bit more pace on that right side of the blue, and hopefully you could have an angle that Khanan into the pink and open things up. Well, he's got a shot to put this pink into the left middle. It's definitely a dangerous shot. He put it exactly where he wanted to be, because obviously taking that pink, it's going to explode the reds. So looking for the more conservative shot with the blue. Trying to pull some pool shot over there. Big double into the corner. Nice opening remark there with the 27 break. He's left a long one on for Sahil. Sahil's heart might just be racing a little bit too much there. It's always tough when the player is just finding really good form. It feels like they're playing at 100 miles per hour and you're just struggling to hang on and not get kicked off the ride. He's left Alex their easy opener. Just the question is, unfortunately, the black and blue have really gone up deep into the bulk area. He's doing his best to get up table. Let's see what Sahil can do here. It's going to be nice at least to get the blue back on its spot, because pink is rather tied up down there. Oh, I think we've heard these pockets are a little generous. I think Sahil used all of that pocket. Well, he might have just thinly cut it into the middle. Obviously putting it in the top right corner. A lot more distance to travel, increases the difficulty of the shot. That's a nice shot there. He's on the black and he's got a natural angle to come back down the table. That open red below the bunch. Obviously there's another red that's rather open left of the pink to the top left corner. Well, he's still got an angle. Probably wanted it to pull up just a little bit, but the angle is there to come back down table. Just, yeah, you can see right there on your picture, Sahil just look into the heavens. Just wanted to develop a red a bit better there. It's going to need a good recovery shot to keep his break going. It's done well to put up a 29 and take a 1-point advantage in the second frame. I think it's now a time to place run and hide. Maybe at least just clip off this red that he's closest to and try and put his cue ball tight to the top cushion. Just kind of taking a look actually at the pawning angle. Oh, a valiant effort. Sure, he gave it all of his energy there. He hasn't gifted a chance for Alex, but Alex has just shown some great potting ability in this match. So you fear that if you give him a little sniff, the lion's going to hunt you down. Full match here. It looks like Michelle Moore has taken Darcy Michael by a frame line of 2-1. He has one there. So we are getting close to the end of day one, everybody. Might just be one more match on our TV table. They might maybe put Nitin Sharma against Arsalan Yami. Might come up to this table at the conclusion. But definitely just see how the room is looking. Obviously, we'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. to start the knockout phase. It's 11 a.m. Mountain Time. Obviously, Sahil Nyer would like to extend this match a little bit and put us to a decider. Alex Pagan, the holder of the high break now, who had a 1-3-6 in the previous frame. Nice delicate shot there. Can kind of run through gently on this blue and have the red into the yellow pocket. Nitin does have one more match, so he was doing a great job of helping us out, spotting some balls, acting kind of as a pseudo referee. Definitely appreciate him helping out. So I think there's going to be a table open, so him and Arsalan Yami will do battle on this next open table. JB, this tournament will come to a conclusion on Sunday, where we'll have the semifinals and finals and also a third place match. Well, semifinals are best of sevens, the finals are best of 9, and the third place match will be a best of 3, I believe. But we might soon be going to a best of 1 in this match. Sahil's looking pretty good. Hopefully he can force a decider. He's leading by 11, but there is 35 points on. He's got a lead of 14 with that elusive 35 on. This definitely looks promising to go to a cider. I think he'll be sick if he falters on this opportunity. Kind of did a little bit there. Just a little too straight on this yellow. Angle's really going to kick it down table. Just coming over to take a look at the score. 15 in it. Yeah, you wanted to really do something with that to give him a chance. Unfortunately, he's gifted a chance for Alex with this yellow. Looks like there's a tress of angle that he can go up and down table. Wow, what a shot. Just pulled up in the nick of time. This is going to be a big steal here. It's definitely there for Alex. It's going to sting. So he'll look like he was going to run away with it. Just faltered on that yellow. Nice little angle. Gave it a little body English to push him down just to be on the right side. It looks like just a snick of an angle. Hopefully could stun up. Does need them all, just trailing by one. Needs the pink and the black to take a whitewash victory, 2-0. That's best of 3 round robin match. Pink is there, and he's just floated into absolutely wonderful position for the black. Well, it's been quick and exciting, but Alex Pagan, who's got the high break of the tournament so far in the first frame, put off an impressive 1-3-6. Showed some great nerve there just to have his back against it. Sahil faltered a little bit. Alex did what you needed to do, took advantage, and has won this match by a scoreline of 2-0. But the Canadian that's going over the Pro Tour next year will do a little homework tonight. He's not out of it. He knows what the caliber is of this tournament. Now he's going to have to dig in and battle hard, but he'll probably get a decent night's sleep. He'd rather have a better sleep coming in being the top seed of the group. But we'll step aside for a few moments and probably key up our last TV match of the night. So stand by, everybody. I'm not too sure who exactly is going to come to the table, but it should be an exciting one to finish off day one of this Calgary Open Snooker Tournament at the Haderi Snooker Academy in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. It's David Burney saying, see you in a few, everybody. Hello everyone, sorry for stepping away a little bit, just had to have our union dinner break over there, but I'm glad, hopefully you've been enjoying this great match. To finish our day with Ken Jewett and John Robertson, Battle of BC, here in Alberta. I do thank Peter Singh as well, who's stepped up to keep some score, to keep all you updated at home of how the scoreline is going. Always great to see. So looks like John's just trailing by 13 points in this. It's coming down to the colors. It's a big wall there. You could come off the brown and hide behind that wall of green, pink, and blue. Did he get the cover behind the blue? Should be a tough escape for John. It's just where this cue ball and yellow are going to end up. Looks like he's okay. As we're getting down to the final matches, there's a lot of congregation at the tournament director's desk over there finding out what's going to be happening with the knockout round. But our first batch of matches will start at 11 a.m. Mountain Time tomorrow. That's when we'll kick off the stream, which will be up on YouTube on the Hederi Snooker Academy page. Looks like Ken's getting a little frustrated as there is some like chatter. These guys should kind of realize and pay a little bit of respect. So John is going to put him back. Sometimes you have a job to do. That's a successful hit there. Excuse me. Both players are putting their heads together. Unfortunately, Peter just left his post there. Well, there's a lot of talk about obviously what's happening tomorrow, a lot of moving and shaking. if you're going to do a task, you hopefully would stand by and fulfill the task until it's completed. So that's why we have a little bit of a delay, as these two guys not well versed in the technology. Well, John does work a little bit in the tech industry. What Peter said, he would step up and he was going to help keep score on the tablet so everybody at home can be updated as the match progresses. Just 9 points in it. Ooh, that's okay. That was... John had his heart in his throat there. And Black was threatening to go into the green pocket. Ken's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Just get by the brown for the 2 cushion. Well done. Unfortunately, just didn't run on. Oh, that's quite off there. I'd love to have that shot back. He's gifted an opportunity. Yeah, this looks like first frame going towards Ken Jewett. Just coming over to take a look at the score. It's ahead by 10 with 18 on. Oh, he's got a little bit of good fortune there. That pink has taken away the potting angle on the blue. shot there by John. It's a good hit there by Ken. It's a little tricky for a left-hander that John is. Give it a bit of pace there to get up table to give him at least a chance. It's there for him. Ooh. It's close. Almost got the snooker there. Long pot. This for frame. For Ken Jewett. He's lucky there. The pace of that shot. Cue ball and pink were swirling around the table. Who knows where they were going to end up. Ooh, it's a little bit funny, but I think he's okay. There's a threat of a double. Don't think John's going to take it on. Looks like he might be going left side of the pink, shooting his cue ball up table. John needs both pink and black. Ken just needs pink for the first frame of this best of three final match of the evening. Well, it's a long pot here for John. Certainly gave it a go. Where's this pink gonna land? It should be okay for him. A little tricky, obviously, for a right-hander. He's gonna need to use the rest. He's gonna put the black a little safe there. It's giving John another chance. A little long pink, the same top left corner pocket. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Yeah, really kind of null and void actually there. John just taking a look at the score. Doesn't hurt him too much. He did need both. He still needs both. He's able to take that long pink out of the D and grab the first frame of this best of three. We'll see if John Robertson can rebound. Looks like I think things are getting a little calmer now. There was a lot of distraction in that first frame. Unfortunately, Peter had to step away from his scorekeeping duties, so there was a little hiccup there, as both these players aren't fluent with the tablets. So hopefully going forward, things can be smooth sailing, but we'll be right back with frame two. back. Ken Jewett set to break it off to get frame 2 underway. As I said, this is our last match on the TV table tonight, but we'll be back with the knockout round tomorrow starting at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. That's 11 a.m. Mountain Time here in Calgary, Alberta, the site of the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament here at the Haderi Snooker Academy. It's David Burney in the booth. Glad that you've been tuning in. How little, how long. Not sure where you found us, but we're glad that you tuned in. Keep giving us those numbers, so hopefully we can go after some companies that enjoy and can see the big numbers that snooker gets, and they can put their logo on our broadcast in exchange for some funds to beef up our prize pots and help pay all the great people that work behind the scenes to make these tournaments a success. Ken was going for the jugular there. Don't blame him. There's not a lot of reds open in the open. Well, this angle is going to come back up for the blue. I think he's just got enough. Oh, a little shake of the head. Didn't roll far enough for the blue. That's not a good little kiss on that red there. Thought about it a little bit. Had to use a little bit of that jaw to find the bottom of the pocket. What's that red on the bottom right side of the bunch there? It's going to have to get a... Yeah, have to go all around the world. He's given it a great opportunity, Ken has. He's got a half a chance. Obviously, would be thrilled to be a couple feet closer. It's not really worked out well for John. Let's open up some reds. Well, unfortunate that yellow is over by the left middle pocket, kind of blocking a path for a red to go in there. But this red on the right side all the reds there. Looks like it does go path to the top left, but he's got to get that brown to drop. John just had a look. Maybe it doesn't go. Khanan's got a path. Flick off this red right of the green. Come off a couple cushions. Come safely back into bulk. That was going to go actually in and out of bulk with the pace it had. Fortunate enough it hit the yellow. And with where the brown is, he hasn't sold out that red just right of the bunch. And brown really hicking up, I think, progression in this frame. When John needs to win to push us into a decider. Ken would like to get it done and dusted and call it a day. Containing safety there. It's a nice long red there by John. Is that going to kickstart the Robertson machine? Just flick this brown in. That's going to open up that pocket. Great cannon into the black to hold for this red just above the black spot. But just fortunate he's put that black halfway safe on the left side of the table. The pink goes. Play that with a little bit of check side just to straighten it up a little bit coming off that cushion. See, when a player puts check side when it comes off that cushion, it really shrinks the angle. And if there was running side, it really would expand the angle. Wow, great pot there. Very dangerous, but playing in a fashion that'll stay down at the business end of the table. And probably if he didn't drop, that black might have found its way back down here as well to the top of the table. So a calculated risk there for John. Is he going to take another red deep into the bulk area? Giving it a shot. Nice opportunity for Ken. He's got a good angle, I think, on that brown. Natural angle going to bring him down table. Just wanted a little flick to break some of that up. He's left himself with a tricky red into the right middle. I'm not going to be tempted into it. Just going to take his 5 and run back to bulk. It's a cool game. Definitely thought that red was going into the top right, but just jiggled around in the jaws and was refused. That's what helps sometimes when you play those soft pace shots. Just gives the pocket every opportunity to swallow it up. I think if Ken was off by a millimeter, it probably would have stuck there and been a sitter for John to get in. How many times do we see it when a player makes an amazing shot? The next shot that's relatively a little bit easier than the last, they falter. It's a little bit nowhere land here. Gently just get behind the black. Oh no, he's going to try and take the black into the yellow pocket. John seems to like a lot of those shots. He's got a little angle to come off the cushion to come back down the table. Would have liked to have been a little bit more with his cue ball so he could have a natural angle on the black. To put it in the pocket. Bring both cue ball and black ball, as the black ball, once it's down in the bottom of the pocket, would come back onto its spot that's wide open down at the top end of the table. The players definitely playing a lot more attacking. They're going for their shots. I think both of them are maybe just playing for seeding here. If you want to find out where they stand, check out the Challenge site. That's challenge.com. And look up the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. See, they're both in a group with Nitin Sharma. Nitin, very skilled player, so wouldn't be surprised if he's on top of the list. This is the group of 6, so 2 players unfortunately are going to go home, but 4 will move on. Pretty tight, just like how the first frame was. I think it's going to come down to the colors here. Very fortunate with that double kiss. Could have really gone wrong for Ken. Well, he's opened it up a little bit. A shot to nothing here. It's in the cards for Ken. Be surprised if John trying to take on this double, playing it just with an element of save. It's a thin cut, that's for sure. John just coming, taking a look, and he's not going to put him back. He's liking his chances at this mid-range red to the top right corner. Colossal mistake there by John. He looks to the heavens and asks why. He was there. He's gifted a good opportunity here for Ken. Wanted to roll a few more inches. Ken just gently roll through. His blue will have a long red into the top left corner. Looks like he's going to play in and out of bulk. Gutsy shot, but it looks like it's going to... Oh, can you believe it? Great effort on that shot and just completely unlucky there to run right behind the pink to self-snooker himself. Yeah, Ken played the more aggressive and smart shot. He could have rolled the blue in maybe, but he would have a long red. But he played that blue terrifically into the middle pocket. Didn't hit any of the bulk colors. Was rolling around quite nicely. Then, as we saw, got right behind that pink. There's a gap that they can hit this red. Is there a gap for the potting angle? Because it should shoot by that black. Didn't. Unfortunate enough for him that there is another red on the table, or this would have been a free ball situation. But giving up 7 penalty points always hurts. It's just 3 points in it, 43 on the table. real safe color, so right now it could be anybody's frame. Whoever gets in first. I'm definitely going for it there. Don't think Ken's got the potting angle on this red. As the brown come to his rescue, or can John just slide by and find the thin potting angle on this red to right middle? He tempted Ken to take this red into the top left corner. Looks like it. Well, Ken might be able to get behind the yellow and green off this red. Definitely got help from the black there as that red cannon into it. This red would have been up table as well. Done all right there. He's got the snooker on both reds. Player's just taking a look just in case there needs to be a respot. So when a player is in the snooker, they miss. They can be put back 3 times for a total of 4 attempts on the shot. There was a little pathway, but Ken in the black. Let's give him Ken a shot at a mid-range red. Just got to negotiate that blue a little bit. Yeah, I would have loved to have taken on that red and more open side of the table, but the blue was an issue. Played that with a little bit of side, trying to just sneak in behind the green. Just fell a little short of pace. buried that one with authority deep into the bottom of the pocket. Well, he's got a blind cut on the brown. It's going to shoot him down table. Definitely is risky. Just he's got a cue over the yellow and go right into the green and just hold it right there, and he's behind the blue. So they were free flowing at the beginning of the frame, going for a lot of shots. Now they've kind of buckled down. This might pop out for definitely a chance here for Ken. Long red. Black just sitting over that left middle. Happy with that Khanan on the green. Unfortunately, it's pushed it down table. Just has to be mindful of the in-off. Might have just been sneaking in the back of his head. Just missed it and gave him a great opportunity on the green potentially, but here we are. Down to the colors once again, and there's only 1 point in it. Seems like the bulk colors are going to be the big one here. Green down at the top end. There's a lot of distance to travel. Might have left a little gap. It's fortunate that cue ball's rather tight to the bulk cushion. We tried to get behind that green, just a little pace. Clever shot there by Ken. He does have the snooker. Should be a relatively easy escape for John. The question is, where is cue ball and yellow ball going to end up? Yellow almost found the bottom of the middle pocket. But he's given Ken a little opportunity here. Mid-range, needing to use the rest. Just going to play for the snooker. Not wanting to risk anything. That's what experience tells you in this game. I think a lot more players might have been tempted to take on that yellow, which would have been risky with the rest. Because if he's missing, he's leaving the yellow. The green's down there as well. Brown and pink, blue, black, they're all in the open. So it's all for the taking. Seems like whoever's going to get in first and put this yellow in is probably going to have the best chance of winning this frame. Put him back, and that's a little costly as that's a 6-point foul. There's the shot. It's a nice way to recover after giving a 6-point foul. He might be able to put a Khanan in a tough snooker here. Come off the green and get behind the black. Went for the pot. Little flick. If it was a bit more solid on that brown, I think he might have got the snooker, but obviously wasn't playing for that. It's a shot Ken would like to have back. It's gifted him a chance here. John does need blue and pink. So you just got to trust your technique. The Nyers are jumping around. So this pink to put us into a decider. Mid-range shot for John Robertson. It's there. Wow. Well struck. And a beautiful Khanan on that black. But he doesn't need it, so we are going to go to a decider. We'll be right back. It's the final match of the night of day one here at the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. Don't touch that dial, everybody. We'll be right back with frame 3. We are back. John Robertson set to break us off in this deciding frame. A BC battle. John coming from Vancouver Island. Ken hails from deep Surrey, close to Langley. Not sure if these two have played each other in a BC Open qualifier. They've definitely been in the same room. See, in the pro circuit, they say just get one chance to get in. Obviously, I think with the amateurs is it might be a few chances, but if you can really play at some good granite snooker, put up some decent breaks and run and hide. Both these players are capable of finishing off a frame in one visit. But it can get nervy in a deciding frame. Unfortunate part, I think both are playing with house money. I think both players will be moving on to the knockout phase. Obviously, if this was a knockout round match, both would be clenching pretty tight. Ooh. Ouch. That's, I don't think John saw that. Really an easy starter at all here for Ken to get going. To fire in a long red. There's a red in the amongst those reds in the middle of the table. Can go through, and he can probably, with the angle, maybe clip off a red and come through and be on the black into the opposite top corner. John playing to come up for the blue. This pink does go to top left corner. So if Ken can be successful with this red that's out in the open on the right side, he didn't use the rest, so it's a little bit more difficult. Both players fighting a little bit to find some form. Just kind of slashing a little bit. Fatigue might be setting in, obviously. I'm not sure if these gentlemen started at 11 a.m. They were either 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. match. So it's been a long day. This could be a good opportunity for Ken. Put this red in. He'll be on the pink. Just ran on a bit too much. Maybe just a little adrenaline. The final frame. Very nicely played there. They hit it with some pace. The path was there to sneak by the green. Just a little soft shot here. Nope. Just a hole for that red underneath the blue. Unfortunately, there's that red. It's blocking the pot for the black into the top right corner. I think he's got a pink into the right middle. He's lucky enough that he does have that red up near the green pocket. needed to hit it that hard. Because hitting it hard, obviously, you got to be absolutely precise to get that object ball to find the pocket. And let's see what John can do. Can't take your mind off the blue there, John. I think you might just at the last little bit thought about, okay, what red am I going to go? You got to focus on that blue. Trust your pre-shot routine. Well, he's fortunate that Ken wasn't able to put that red into the top right corner, but it has opened up the black, so that's going to be advantageous to both players. I was fortunate there not to cannon into any of those reds. Would have stopped the pace of the cue ball and probably gifted Ken a nice opportunity, but I think this red will go by the yellow into the yellow pocket. No, it does not. Would have liked to be a few millimeters to the left, just get right behind that brown. But the pathway for John, might have to put a little bit aside at that red that's close to the white. Just nip on the left side and come 2 cushions back into the bulk area. We went a little bit lower for a different red. I think getting the cue ball back into bulk was his main objective. But things are opening up now at the top end of the table. He's just taking the black away. It's really going to help somebody. Well, John would be thrilled to get this pink back on its spot. Not cannon into any colors up there. Go in and out of bulk and come back to the top end. Part is that pink is rather tied up and not going to many pockets. Ooh. Where's the keys to the DeLorean? Time to go back in time, Ken Jewett. Gotta erase that shot from his memory bank. Don't play that again. You got the mind of the goldfish. Just easily forget. players come and take a look. Just want to make sure it's in the D. This actually is a time that you can, if there was a referee, you can ask them on this point, being having ball in hand in the D, if I take this shot, will I be fouled? The referee does have to answer truthfully. Unlike when you on a colored ball and you're wondering if it's going to go back on its spot. If you ask a referee, if I pot this pink, will it go back on the spot? The correct answer by the referee will be pot it, and then I'll show you. A little bit more bigger of a burst there. Pushing that red has opened up the pink. Like to be a few more millimeters above that blue. You can draw back ever so gently. I think that red close to the pink, well, it might not go into the top left. I definitely wasn't playing for it. Being a left-hander isn't that bad of a shot of that red. It's out in the open there. Cutting it into the top left corner. John's got a... Yeah, the angle on the black, but might just be a bit tricky. Coming off the cushion off this yellow definitely will put him down to the top end. Just a bit much. Still is there, but he'd love to be a bit higher on it. He's got to just kind of come off a cushion for the blue ball. Yeah, that length makes it a little difficult. Careful, John. That sometimes you touch the ball before it goes into the pocket. It's a 7-point foul. So I know he's kind of trying to keep things moving along, but better safe than sorry. Just let it drop. It could have opened up a debate there if Ken wanted to challenge it. I do have an onlooker, so a few viewers will definitely. Peter Singh doing scorekeeping there, doing a great job. He might have been able to pipe in and said it was already the way, pretty much in the pocket, so which it was. So John's got a 7-point lead, leading 35-18, 65 points, or 75 points, 67 points on the table. My apologies. Miss. Don't think it's going to be a free ball. I think the saving grace for John with that red on the right side of the table. Ken's not going to put him back. Obviously, there is a situation if a red is on and the player is to miss twice, they must be notified by the referee. In this case, the opponent would act as the referee and let them know that if you do not hit a red, it's going to be a concession of the frame. We'll see a few thin snicks here. Bit thick as it's brought out a red, but no real immediate damage. As John tempted to cut this into the right middle, does have a 13-point advantage. Gave it a go. Fortunately, he sold it out into the opposite middle pocket. Oh, but Ken can't take advantage. Push that black safe. Table's getting a little messy here in the deciding frame. This last of the round robin matches here at day one of the Calgary Open Snooker Tournament. Wow, what a shot there. Those doubles into the corners. Not good to have a healthy diet of that. Obviously the middle pockets are a lot more receiving for doubles. But sometimes you just get forced into a shot and you got to take it on. Ooh. Not too much harm there. Obviously, giving up the 4 points. You never really want to do that, but there's no clear advantage for Ken. That's why he's putting John back in. John can possibly come off 2 cushions on the right side. Now he's going to go to the left side. Try that way to get behind the black. Well, let's put a red out to the open. Some rather long pot here for John. Looks like he's gearing up to take it on. Okay, just taking a look, seeing that red is covering the black spot. It's not the end of the world if it is. The black will come back to the pink spot if it is in fact covered. Now, once again, as he baited John, try this mid to long range pot with this red to the top right corner. Just think how the red, pink, and brown are over there. If he does try and take the pot off, he's missed. I think he might cannon into one of those balls. He didn't cannon into them, but he's left a relatively easy starter here for Ken. Oh my goodness. The pressure of a decider can always get to anyone. Looking pretty calm on the outside, but I'm pretty sure Ken is furious inside. That was a golden opportunity for him to take and extend the lead as we're tied at 35 apiece in this deciding frame. Oh, can John take advantage of this? Just needs to stun this blue in there, because that red is just above the cue ball right now. Will go into the top left corner. This is what you got to do in these tournaments. When your opponent makes just an unforced error, uncharacteristic mistake, you have to punish them, let them sit and stew about that colossal mistake they made. Really jumped off the cushion there. You just put a little bit aside. Maybe didn't really want to do that, but not too bad as the left-hander there. I guess he does have to negotiate a little bit with the yellow. So using the rest just makes it a little bit more difficult. Yes, once again, it is certainly coming down to the colors. Only 11 points in it. Robertson's got the lead over Jewett, 46 to 35, and there's 35 on the table. Green, the only really kind of trouble ball right now. Nice pot there. Like a little bit of a bounce to get off that cushion. Not going to get it. Yeah, be sure of that black. 7 points could be quite valuable. He does have a 19-point advantage and 27 on. Oh, great yellow there. This green was going to be difficult. John's got a 21-point advantage, 25 on the table. I think it's going to be a battle of the green here. Just looking at how all the balls are right now. Pretty safe. Fortunately, Ken being a right-hander, just going to need a little extension as he's going to be queuing over the black a little bit. Definitely giving it a shot. Fortunately, he has left a pot on for John into the right middle. This is his frame ball, so put all your concentration into it. Make sure it falls. Oh, just hit it with a bit, maybe too much pace. It's time for John to be sick to his stomach. That was a good opportunity here. This would be a monumental steal here for Ken. Doesn't need to rush anything. He's just taking his time. Got a good angle on this brown. Come down for the blue. Really gave it some zip there. It's going to have to go in and out of bulk off this blue to get onto the pink. He has done it. Look at that siding he put on there. Big steal here. Pink, black for frame and match. No, the pink doesn't go. Oh, is John tempted just to slice this pink into the right middle? It's dangerous. All he needs is the pink. Ken needs pink and black. Oh, and it's there, and the white's not going to find the pocket there. Wow, what a match to finish us off. Went all the way down. Every frame of this match went down pretty much to the pink and black. What a match to finish off day one of this Calgary Open Snooker Tournament here at the Haderi Snooker Academy, located in Calgary, Alberta. We're happy that you joined us all day long. It's been lots of fun, lots of great action. We saw 136 by Alex Paglian. Exciting stuff. But the knockout round starts tomorrow at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. That's 11 a.m. Mountain Time. We look forward to seeing you all. It's going to get even more exciting as we work our way down to find out who will be the winner come Sunday afternoon. Thanks again, everybody. This is David Burney saying I really appreciate all your viewership all day long. Get home safe. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. Take care, everybody.